Okay, there I am. My computer was picking up the Logitech headset that I was on last night when I went on Dirty Rotten Tarot, which was funny as hell. Those guys they crack me up. They're just so goofy. They're so funny. So, yeah, here I am. Goose is at war with somebody on Twitter. I think this is worth reporting to you guys. He goes after people that are assholes, that are, people that... Hank, you need to settle down. And I've been walking dogs. I learned how to walk all 3 of these dogs at one time. That's a lot of dog. Anyway, so Goose is upset with this guy. I forgot his name. I don't even know where I'm at right now. Where am I? That's Hank. He's right here next to me. Go lay down, Hankers. And I'm all signed out now from everything on Twitter and everything. Okay. This is really funny. I think you guys will get a kick out of this. Jimmy Lethal. What? Who's squeaking? What? You're just going to have to wait, Hankers. Kurt Echenwald. Goose is so mad at this guy. Listen to what he says.
Hey, Kurt. Wild Goose here. I'm challenging you to a fight, buddy. Good old-fashioned fist fight, except one rule, and it's in your favor. I get my right arm tied behind my back. We'll find a way to handcuff it to my belt loop or something, but we'll work it out. I just want to get to the stage where we've accepted if we've made arrangements. So we'll find a place downtown Dallas within a month's time. I'll be back in Dallas within 2 to 3 weeks. So within a month, let's go ahead and have ourselves a one-on-one fight. One arm tied behind my back, and you can train all you want between now and then, but you've got 72 hours to accept this challenge, or the whole world will know that you're a pussy. It's on.
Wow. I'm fixing to tweet something. I want y'all to look at it. I'm going to retweet it. Something that Goose just tweeted. And what he's talking about is this asshole, this horrible guy named whatever I just said, okay? He tweets out, "Come on, Mr. White and Proud, give your name. Bragging about degrees anonymously makes you a coward. Tell your PTS who you are." That was tweeted to Richard Spencer. That was tweeted to Richard Spencer from Kurt Echenwald. Then he tweets, "They've been coming at me for days, so I'm just slamming them back and watching them scurry away." Then he tweets, "By the way, it's hilarious. You're so insecure. You describe yourself anonymously on Twitter with your degrees. Compensating?" Then he tweeted, Kurt, this is the hardest name in the world, Kurt Echenwald, blocked Goose. Goose tweeted a picture that says, "You are blocked from following Kurt," blah, blah, blah. Then he says, "If you made it illegal for neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and alt-rights to say snowflake or cuck or to curse, they would go completely silent." Now, this is the asshole that sued his mother, sued Twitter for a flashing GIF that gave him a seizure, supposedly. We all know that's bullshit. He says, "Sorry if factual information triggers you. Perhaps you should run to your safe place, snowflake." And that was to Conrad, somebody, and somebody else. Then he tweets to Richard Spencer, "Aw, did I hit a nerve letting you know how much his classmates and teachers hate him, snowflake? This guy's a prick." And, they're getting him bad. Donald Trumpovitz says, "Go back to being hurt by a flashing image." I mean, this guy's a jerk. He says, My mom and sister, who were in significant medical need, were being denied money available for their care. So don't listen to scum. The case involved a person who also cheated a Holocaust fund, who was draining cash from trusts for families' well-being. Family well-being. Because of that, lunatics are pushing lies about me again. To clarify, I never sued my mother. The whole family sued a non-family member to save my mom and sister. He says, okay, I've had my fun now trolling Richard. I couldn't get a real job if I tried Spencer. So go get your footy pajamas from your mommy. And then he says to Richard, Spencer, he says, you're right. You should have done something important with your life. Your 15 minutes are almost up. Enjoy being a loser, nobody. Then he says to Barry 7, hey, I'm taking on Nazis that have been trolling me all day. Let me have my fun. Then he says to Richard Spencer, bottom line, Richard Spencer, if you and your asshat Nazi buddies think you're bothering me, think again. I love ripping up dim-witted mama's boys. With every letter you type, you reveal the aching chasm of ignorance that festered inside you as a loser meth addict fans cheered. But I bet Ricky's stormtrooping buddies won't be happy to hear what his classmates think. He says, and it's all over school how difficult it was for the administration to write a delicate statement condemning you as odious. Then he says, get a job, Richard Spencer, a real one. Of course you can't. No normal company will hire you, ever, because the world knows what you are. Now, what this is about is, I'm still coughing. I shouldn't even be on the air. He writes for the Washington Times. He's a head writer for the Washington Times, this guy, Kurt Eckenwild. But he sued Twitter for, he saw a flashing GIF, y'all know what that is, and supposedly it made him have a seizure. Then he comes on and he says today, someone is trying to hack my Twitter account, so if stuff starts coming out that doesn't sound like me, it's not me. Then we have the documents that he looks like a jerk. I mean, I know you're thinking, Debbie, you can't judge him by the way it looks. Well, sometimes you can. Clayton says to Kurt, seems like anything that has happened to you thousands of times would lose its power to be horrifying over time. And then he says back to him, try it. Stay up 2 nights, get drunk with no sleep. As you sober up, look at a strobe light, then come back and tell me it's no big deal. Now, what he got all upset over was a flashing GIF. Y'all know it's a GIF. It's a moving picture, okay? And the picture, I've got the document. I've got the entire document in front of me, the lawsuit. And this really needs to be talked about. It's hysterical. Goose. He's showing all these baby pictures. And it is all about, he's in Dallas. He sued the guy that we're talking about. He sued supposedly his mother. He's denying that, but we'll see what it says. It says, let's see. Hold on. That's a verified petition. That's no big deal. I'm going back. Okay, back. All right. It looks like all Goose found was petitioner's petition for Rule 202 deposition petition. That's sanctions. The single December the 15th, 2016 tweet that was the subject of petitioner's Rule 202 petition contains what the petitioner claims as a GIF or a graphics interchange format, a post of moving pictures posted by John Doe that allegedly contained strobing lights. Petitioner alleged that his split second of viewing John Doe's lone December the 15th tweet caused him to have a seizure due to his pre-existing medical condition of epilepsy. and therefore he wishes to identify John Doe to sue him. Now, when you do a 202, what that is you sue, you send a petition to Twitter or whoever to find out who the person is. I'm sorry, I'm going to be coughing constantly. And it says, petitioner alleges that John Doe typed into the GIF, "You deserve a seizure for your posts." Petitioner requests to depose Twitter to discover the identity of John Doe. Petitioner, in the attempt to use his suit to chill the First Amendment and further embarrass and harass John Doe, also wants Twitter to identify other Twitter handlers, blank, blank, and blank, and blank, and blank, to find out who they are. And then it says, motion to vacate order. We don't care about that. The next important case to address is the issue that John Doe, number one, that's just, they're citing cases. Declaration of Charles K. Peckham. My name is Charles K. Peckham. My address is blank. And I am lead counsel for John Doe in the matter. I attest that the following screen something contained within the special appearance of, this is amazing. This is going to set a standard for everything going on the internet. Affidavit of John Doe. Now comes the affiant John Doe, a.k.a. Art Goldstein, and swears and affirms the following under penalty of perjury, blah, blah, blah. I am a legal adult and competent to make this statement. I am the John Doe, a.k.a. Art Goldstein, who on December the 15th, 2016, tweeted through the interactive computer service platform known as Twitter certain electronic content known as GIF created by others and made publicly and widely available by Google's search engine. Okay. It says petitioner refers to the GIF as a strobe image flashing at a rapid speed. This affidavit is such little typing, is offered in support of John Doe's special appearance in cause number DC 16-16077, a purported Rule 202 proceeding initiated by petitioner. This isn't even the lawsuit. This is what you have to do to find out who somebody is. It says, I did not formulate, author, draft, type, draw, or otherwise create any of the content, which is the subject tweet. The content within the subject tweet, the GIF, was copied and pasted in its entirety from Google's searchable images. And I used an account with a fictitious name. Notably, the subject GIF, is available not only on Google but also on Giphy.com, an online library, animated GIFs, blah, blah, blah. Upon information and belief, a Google user, not the undersigned, posted to the web the subject GIF on a website called justplainpolitics.com, blah, 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 blah. When I posted the GIF on Twitter, I had no awareness or knowledge or expectation that it would actually be seen as or clicked on by petitioner. And if I had an awareness or knowledge at all that the petitioner might have seen or clicked on the GIF while petitioner was in the state of Texas or any other particular place, I hereby swear and confirm that this penalty is, blah, 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 then he signs it. Okay, now we have this is good, this is the summary of the Rule 202. Petitioner's petition for Rule 202 deposition. Petitioner asked the court to order a deposition or written questions of Twitter to find out who the person is, blah, blah, blah. Twitter is an online service. We don't care about that. Petitioner alleges that John Doe typed into the GIF words, "You deserve a seizure for your posts." We confirm that John Doe did no such thing. Petitioner requests to depose Twitter to disclose the identity of John Doe. Petitioner, in the attempt to use his suit to chill I've never heard that for my life, to chill the First Amendment and further embarrass and harass Joe, also wants Twitter to identify let's see. Oh, this is good. Special appearance for Stay's discovery. This case is strikingly similar to Texas Supreme Court case in regards to Doe versus Twitter. A special appearance was filed on Rule 202 in mandamus. Rule 202 allows a proper court to authorize a deposition hereafter, blah, blah, blah. Doe has not purposefully established minimum contacts with the state of Texas. Texas courts do not have jurisdiction over a non-resident defendant unless the non-resident defendant has purportedly established minimum contact with Texas and the court exercise of jurisdiction over defendant. Man, I should look this up on Dallas County. This is killing me. It's so little to read. I want to see what happens. John Doe's tweet in the exercise of his First Amendment right to free speech in a single tweet available in the internet traffic known as Google, blah, 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 blah. Because John Doe does not have the minimum contacts with the state of Texas to justify there that goes. That was the end of that. Wish we could turn back time. I want to see how this is playing out because this is going to be awesome. God, my eyes are killing me now. So there is a lawsuit going on that has to do with Twitter. Now, I don't understand. I mean, I know people in my own life that I know in my real life that are lawsuit hounds. They will sue over anything. In fact, that's the way one person I know makes their money is lawsuits. This person has been party to some of the... I personally have never sued anybody. No, I'm lying. I have two. I don't want to lie. I sued somebody in 1986, 87, 88, 89, that put a contract on one of my houses and then backed out at the last minute, and I sued them to close the thing, and they ended up having to pay me the whatever you want to call it. I countersued. Victor did countersued. Victor's been involved in millions of lawsuits through the bond office. But technically, you're not supposed to sue people. That's what the Bible teaches. You're not supposed to sue people. Oh, here we go. Here's an order. Here's the final thing. It is hereby ordered that petitioner is given leave to serve a deposition on written questions on an expedited basis upon the custodial of records of Twitter. Oh, he got it. The court finds that the counsel for Twitter has been notified of this. Ooh, ouch. Now it comes back and it says order of non-suit. Pursuant to the notice of non-suit filed by Kurt Eckenwild on January the 10th, it is hereby ordered, a judge decreed that all claims asserted that so he filed a non-suit. That's what Ken Goldberg did to me. Ken Goldberg tried to sue me for something stupid, and I just said, "Are you kidding me?" So he non-suited it. So it got dropped. Well, that was a waste of our time. Anyway, I thought it was pretty landmark because, and also, so this is what you're hearing Goose say, because supposedly this jerk got pretty tough with, that's horrible. That's a horrible picture that I retweeted for y'all can see what this idiot's doing. Yeah, really. Funny stuff. No, I was just trying to keep up with what's going on with it because somebody tweeted back to Goose, if Kurt accepts your challenge, someone will just call the cops and he will have a seizure due to the sirens and the flashing lights. So Goose just got mad. He just got mad because supposedly he and Goose, which I don't see where he and Goose went back and forth because Kurt blocked him, and once he blocks him, that's usually all the tweets go away, which I think is dumb. And I think that Goose just got mad and just thought, I've never heard Goose like this, and he can tell he's serious, somewhat serious, if not dead serious. I like to get him on the show and find out what's going on with him because I like to keep up with Goose's antics and things. So this is what this is about, okay?
you to a fight, buddy. Good old-fashioned fist fight, except one rule, and it's in your favor. I get my right arm tied behind my back. We'll find a way to handcuff it to my belt loop or something, but we'll work it out. I just want to get to the stage where we've accepted if we've made arrangements. So we'll find a place downtown Dallas within a month's time. I'll be back in Dallas within 2 to 3 weeks. So within a month, let's go ahead and have ourselves a one-on-one fight. One arm tied behind my back, and you can train all you want between now and then, but you've got 72 hours to accept this challenge, or the whole world will know that you're a pussy. It's on.
And I'm sure he's not going to do that. So that's pretty lousy, though. It's funny. You know, sometimes people on the internet just don't know what to do until you just freaking just slap the shit out of them. You know, just shut the fuck up. You just have to say that to some time. I mean, I've never really said that before. I mean, I've said that to a couple of people, but nobody really. I mean, that bad. But I was going to show y'all something else really funny now that I'm thinking about it. Steve's supposed to call in, I think. Let me see if my Skype is on. No, I didn't even open my Skype. Wow, what a dumbass. Last night I got talked into calling into a 3 o'clock in the morning show of Dirty Rotten Tarot. And those guys are so funny. They're just crazy funny. Skype is opening. Let's go back to Chrome while that opens. And I want to show y'all something very, very funny that I found on YouTube. I'm going to show you I'm going to read this to you, but I'm going to show you what happened. Now, I found, and I tweeted this too. If you follow my Twitter, you've probably already heard this, but there was a United States Navy carrier ship, all right? And they get into a pissing contest with some Spanish people. And the results are just hysterical. And it's really funny. Let me see if I can find it just by Googling it. Let's see. Hold on a second. This is really funny. Okay, this is good stuff. All right. And it's all in Spanish, so I'm going to have to tell you what they say, okay? It says, you ready to hear this? This is actually between people in Spain and people on this carrier. Okay, he says, this is A53. Please adjust your course 15 degrees to avoid collision. You're headed straight for us. Distance, 25 nautical miles. They answer back, the Americans, we advise you to adjust your course 15 degrees to avoid collision. The Spanish say, negative. We repeat, adjust your course 15 degrees to avoid collision. The Americans answer back. Something. This is the captain of the SS Abraham from the United States Navy. We insist that you adjust your course 15 degrees north to avoid collision. It takes forever to say it in Spanish. Okay, then they answer back. We do not consider this possible or convenient. We suggest you adjust your course 15 degrees to avoid collision. This is Captain Blank of the command of the aircraft carrier USS Abraham of the United States Navy. The second biggest in the American Navy. Currently being escorted by 5 cruisers, 2 battleships, 6 destroyers, 4 submarines, and support vessels. We are currently heading to the Persian Gulf to take part in military maneuvers for an offensive against Iraq. I do not suggest I order you to adjust your course 15 degrees or we'll be obligated to take the necessary measures to guarantee the safety and security of this fleet. You belong to an allied nation who is a member of NATO and it is part of the coalition. Please obey my orders immediately and get out of the way. Now this is where it's funny. This is the last part. This is Juan Manuel Solis Alcantara. We are 2 people. We are currently escorted by our dog, our food, 2 beers, and a canary that's asleep. We have the support of Corona Daily Radio and the Maritime Emergencies Frequency number 16. We're not going anywhere. We're talking to you from dry land. We are currently in Lighthouse A853 Finisterre on the Galician coastline. We have no fucking idea where we are in the ranking of Spanish lighthouses. You can take whatever actions you deem necessary to guarantee the safety of your ship, which is going to smash itself against the rocks and our lighthouse. We again insist that you take the healthiest and most recommended course of action. So basically what happened is the United States carrier was talking to a lighthouse. And I just think I thought that was so funny. I actually tweeted that today. Good stuff. Funny stuff. I mean, I just think that's funny. I don't know why. Now, I'm going to show y'all this too. I've been looking into 2 things lately. I've been looking into the immigration thing, just whatever I can get my hands on, and, the building of the wall, whatever. And I ran into this. It is 2 Canadian citizens trying to go over the United States border, all right? And the hassle that the United States Border Patrol gives these people is unbelievable. Let me let you listen to this. It's 2 Canadian people, and here we go. It's amazing. Unbelievable. This is the audio. The Canadian had his telephone recording the audio.
Hi. What country are you citizens?
Which country am I citizens? Canada.
Well, what country are both of you citizens is what I was asking.
Both of us are from Canada.
How do you 2 know each other?
We're married.
Where are you going tonight?
Fashion Outlet Mall.
For what?
For shopping.
Where at?
Where in, what is it? What's the address?
Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls.
Which stores?
I don't know. Does it
All
matter?
stores?
We haven't set out our
Use your
itinerary.
keys, please.
My keys?
Yes, your keys, right now. Your keys. 1022 to lane 1, 2 occupants. United States of America.
No, I understand, but I'm...
Okay, so if I ask you questions,
I'm
I don't
answering...
expect to get responses like, does it matter? I expect to get the responses
Can
to the questions.
you asked me which store I'm going to.
Yeah, if you're...
I don't know.
Shopping,
I don't know what store I'm going to.
Be quiet. Get out of the vehicle.
Okay.
Any weapons, any phones I get?
No.
No, leave them all in the car. Leave those headphones in the car.
Okay.
Right, over this way. Over that way.
For what reason?
Take a seat.
For what reason?
Take a seat.
Ridiculous. I said, why do I have to sit down? Take a seat. Why do I have to sit down? Take a seat.
Okay.
1 Elm Drive in Mississauga.
Hey, where are you trying to go today?
We're trying to go to the Fashion Outlet Mall in Niagara Falls, I believe.
Okay.
I'm not sure. He asked me, the question that I was asked was, which store am I going to specifically? I don't know. My wife and I are just going to walk around the mall.
Okay.
And I was told to come and sit down. I asked, what's the reason? He just said, he kept yelling, this gentleman right here kept yelling, sit down, sit down, sit down. So he wouldn't give me a reason.
Well, if the officer tells you to do something,
Well, I need to know why.
hold on a second. Hold on a second, okay? You're a Canadian citizen.
Yes, I am. But I'm not going to obey orders if I don't understand the reason for them.
If the officer tells you to come inside and sit down, you come inside and sit down.
Uh-huh.
Okay?
But do you understand where I'm coming from? Like, why?
Because we're gonna interview you.
Okay.
We're gonna.
On what ground? Like, what's...
We don't need any grounds.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Okay. That's the United States. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
You don't need any grounds for your actions.
Absolutely not.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Are we causing any bodily harm to you?
No.
No.
Am I causing any bodily harm to you?
No.
Okay.
When the officer tells you to do something, you do it.
And there's no reason required?
Absolutely not.
Well, okay. Okay.
Okay. And
So what am I supposed to do now?
let me talk. Okay? I'm just trying to.
No, because you don't, like...
Fill you out here.
I think it's important to note that the guy said, I don't have to answer any questions, or I don't have to obey any orders that I'm not, or whatever. We're going to find out about this. We're going to talk about this tonight. We're also going to talk about what happens when you get pulled over by a police officer that says, get out of the car. what are your rights? What are your legal rights? When an officer walks up, asks you for your driver's license and your registration and your insurance, and then says, step out of the car, I need to search your vehicle. And we're going to learn the right thing to do versus the absolute wrong thing to do. And the reason why is I got a telephone call yesterday afternoon from Philip. And Philip said, Debbie, I know you told me this one time and I need you to tell me again. What do I do? And nothing's happened. I said, oh, good. He says, what do I do if a cop pulls me over and says, hey, we smell marijuana? I said, well, first of all, you shouldn't be smoking marijuana. He goes, I'm not. He goes, we don't even have it on us, but I'm just saying, cops are doing that a lot lately. I said, yeah, they do that. He goes, give me my rights. So I said, all right, and I thought that would be interesting for us to talk about. So we're going to talk about that tonight, along with some other things. All right, boys and girls and boys and whoever you are. My name's Blurry Face and I care. Ba-dum, 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 ba-ba-ba.
I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice that sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. I was told when I get older all my fears would shrink, but now I'm insecure and I care what people think.
My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. We're stressed out. Sometimes a certain smell will take me back to when I was young. How come I'm never able to identify where it's coming from? I'd make a candle out of it if I ever found it. Try to sell it, never sell out of it. I probably only sell one. Maybe to my brother, cause we have the same nose, same clothes, homegrown, a stone's throw from a creek we used to roam. But it would remind us of when nothing really mattered. Out of student loans and treehouse homes, we all would take the ladder.
My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly it far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah. We used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we'd fly far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
Used to play pretend, bunny. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, bunny. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money.
Hey, that's right. Free time's over, buddy. Time to grow up and leave those childhood things behind, as they say. This is the church for the poisoned mind. Those of you out there who have a poisoned mind, this is church. And I I'm very happy to say that I'm here, and that's about it, really. Skype is open. The lines are open. Let me open up the Watts line. Last night was hysterical. It was the middle of the night. I called, and I was in bed. So I go and I grab my headset, and I talk to them over my laptop. Here's Gunner. You should see me walking Gunner, Fufu, and Hank all at once. That is, let's see, I found out Gunner weighs 149. That's 149. Hank's about 80. Fufu's about 50, so it's about almost 300 pounds worth of dogs I'm walking, and they pull. Gunner has to pull because he wants to be the head dog, but it's really fun. Victor gave me a really bright light that I use, so I walk all around everywhere. It's working out really good. Hank doesn't want to run away anymore. He's happy. Anyway, we have so many things to talk about. I also want to talk about Mark Manson, who's going to be on the show. I haven't got him booked yet, but he is going to be on the show. I'm going to get some experts on here about some stuff. I'm coughing, which means at the end of my sickness that I had. I got really sick. I caught it from Joe. It's an upper respiratory infection. I did finish my antibiotic today, my Z-Pack, and I still have some cough syrup. I know most of you wouldn't still have this cough syrup yet. But Watts line's open now, which is the 469-249-2429 also. But moving right along, let's talk for a second about this Canadian border situation. Now, the guy was maintaining over and over again, I don't have to do anything. I mean, you need to tell me what I'm doing wrong. So let's look at the laws pertaining to the NSA and crossing into the United States. All right, let's see what goes on there. All right, the Constitution and the 100-mile border zone, American civil liberties. Well, that's from the ACLU. Know your rights. Warrantless surveillance. The NSA warrants, no, let's not do that one. Global surveillance, mass surveillance, the National Security Agency surveillance, and the United States Freedom Act. We've already screened cell phones at the border. Welcome to the United States. Discriminated, detained, search. NSA has been known to take your cell phone and search your messages before they let you in. Now, if they're doing this to everybody, that's crazy. It's a lot of work. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we can get some audio here so I won't have to do any talking. Crossing into the United States. Now, I've done this several times, but I'm not allowed to because I'm on the no-fly list. I'm on the crossing U.S. borders. Homeland Security. Here we go. Come on, man. Give us some audio. I don't want to talk this whole time. Crossing. Hold on. I got to do this. United States. Whatever. Please be something here. Crossing the border. Americans, hundreds of immigrants trying to... Ugh. Border crossing in 5 seconds. Well, that's not it. All right, I'm going to have to do some reading here. All right, it says... DHS says... Homeland Security says... Documentation is essential to ensure problem-free United States border crossing. Every traveler must take the initiative to determine which documents are needed. And to know that, start here. All right. Western Hemisphere Travel Initiative, planning a trip to Mexico, planning to travel abroad, custom declaration forms, bringing food into the U.S., mobile path for international visitors, transiting, admission to the United States. Click. All right. How does the inspection process work? All persons arriving at a port of entry to the United States are subject to inspection by the United States Customs and Border Protection, CBP officers. CBP officers will conduct the immigration, customs, and agricultural components of the inspection process. Additional information can be seen here. Will I be able to travel into or through the United States? Aliens seeking to lawfully enter the United States must establish their admissibility to the satisfaction of the CBP officer. This is done as a part of the inspection process. what procedures apply in considering health-related grounds. Under INA section 212, subsection A1A, aliens seeking to travel into the United States who have certain health-related issues may be inadmissible. Should it be necessary, a physical and or mental examination of an applicant for admission should be conducted by... I just want to see what it's like. Hold on. Let's go somewhere else. Let's do this. Let's see. For Canadian citizens and Mexican nationals. See what this is. Visas for Canadian and Mexican professional workers. Now, traveling on a TN or an L1 visa. I'm going to find this out. I'm going to figure this out. For United States citizens, lawful permanent residences. You know, when I came through, I went back and forth from Mexico, and it was harder to get back into... No. It was harder to get into Mexico than it was to get back to the United States. And I have no idea why. But I want to play you something that's really weird. We're going to get back to that. I'm going to leave that tab open, which tells me we're not done with that issue. But I want to show y'all something else that's on my history. And just give me a second to find it. I'm trying to bring you guys some content instead of just such frivolity and silliness, which I love that too. All right. What I'm going to show you is... here somewhere on my history. Where is it at? Okay, it's right. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. I know it's right here somewhere. All right. Radio conversation. We did that. Let's see. We did that. Canadian border crossing. Mexican border crosses. Refugees cross Rio Grande in hopes of being caught. Okay, here we go. I want y'all to listen to this and take note that this happened in 2014.
In 1 week, Miguel Valdez went from an American life to a life he never imagined, dragging everything he owns through his new home, the Tijuana River Channel.
Do you even speak Spanish?
Not very well.
But he's learning as he begs for food in Mexican shelters. Valdez is not an illegal immigrant. His parents crossed the border to the U.S. illegally, bringing him along when he was 4. Valdez got a green card, a college degree, and a job as a computer programmer in Los Angeles. So how did he end up here? As an adult, he didn't get his U.S. citizenship.
There you go. As an adult, he didn't get his U.S. citizenship. He never took time to go down to the office and do this, that, and the other. Now, right now, I'm driving one of my cars, a little car I have, a little extra car I have, it's not currently registered. It's registered, but it's not updated. If I get pulled over and get a ticket for the registration fee, that's my fault. Because I have been whatever it is, in getting it. So it's hard to feel sorry for this guy. He's got the college degree. Now listen to what happens. And he just didn't have time to go down and get his citizenship.
So when he was arrested for drugs and illegal possession of a gun, the U.S. government could and did legally revoke his green card and deport him.
He was arrested for drugs and possession of a gun.
Now he's here. No money, no Mexican friends or family, and no ID for either country.
This feels like a foreign country to you.
It just feels, being so close, it's like the gate itself is like so far away, even if I was standing right next to it.
We can see the fence from this place called El Bordo, or you might call it hell on earth. Those who dot this canal call it purgatory, the border's purgatory. Place without religion, order, and in many cases, hope. They were ejected by the U.S. and are unwelcome in Mexico, stateless and stuck between the two countries. This is literally a sewer. It flows through Tijuana, so all of the city's garbage ends up here. Now, there are no official figures of how many people live here, but advocates estimate it's about 4,000. And most, they say, are deportees. Coping as best they can, says Fernando Miranda. He's draining water out of his house, if you can call it that. It's a hole he's built within the canal's rotting debris. Wow, it's really small.
Yeah.
And this is just plywood?
Plywood, yeah.
Plywood. You sleep here?
Yeah.
You realize we're standing in garbage. We're surrounded by it, Miranda says. I found the wood in the sewage water. Everything here is trash. Miranda used his construction skills from working 25 years in Silicon Valley's housing industry to build this solid hut held together by, as you can see, shoestring and torn T-shirts. It's as close as he can be to his 4 children on the other side of the border. The undocumented worker was deported nearly 3 years ago after a traffic stop.
So no U.S. passport and no Mexican ID?
Nada.
Nada?
No.
This is your door.
Yeah.
He says Mexicans discriminate against deportees like him because he lived in the U.S. for decades. His home is purposely hard to see because the Tijuana police constantly harass him and everyone else in El Bordo. We spotted officers driving through the canal. They would not speak to us, and the Tijuana police would not give CNN an interview. But they have openly called the deportees criminals and a public health threat to Tijuana.
Yeah, it's a no man's land. The Mexico doesn't want you, and the U.S. sure as hell doesn't want you.
Barajas is himself a deportee and a U.S. Army veteran of the 82nd Airborne. Barajas says he was honorably discharged, but he openly admits he's not an angel. He was arrested for shooting an illegal firearm that is a felony. His green card was revoked, and it's taken him years to get back on his feet in Mexico, a place he left as a young child.
And when you get here, you come with nothing, so you probably spent 4 or 5 days in a detention. You look like you're homeless.
Well, there's a lot of American people here.
They may feel like American people, but they're not American. And that's a frustration, trapped in a place both governments want to forget.
I mean, from what I understand, Barack Obama did some of this. But what else did I look at today? It was so amazing that I wanted to share with you people and then see if anybody wanted to talk about this stuff. Talk. But I had a good day today. I had a busy day today. Did a lot of stuff. I just got home a little while ago. I was talking to Steve, and I said, I've got to go. I have to go to the market. He was like, okay. I actually had a housekeeper one time that worked for me that was not a legal citizen. She didn't even have a work visa. The only reason I agreed to it was because, I got her through a service that I read. I looked up at the law library. I went downtown when I was always downtown, and I looked in the law library, and it said that if I don't pay her, if I pay her over $600, I have to report it. That's all it is. I don't get in trouble or anything like that. You don't really get in trouble for doing that. So anyway, I even let her live at my house. I had a big house. And I'm not bragging. It was just a big house. It was too big. Well, I've told this story before. We went out of town to Destin, Florida, to our summer house that we have down there. And it's a timeshare thing. But anyway, that's beside the point. We were gone, and Sky, the little angel that died on me, that got killed tragically, stayed behind and was kind of watching the house a little bit. She said she was coming down the alley one day, and she saw my housekeeper coming out of the house with 2 or 3 people carrying big bags of stuff. And she had wiped me out. She had stolen a lot of my crystal, my china, my crystal. She had taken my wedding rings, which I never recovered. She took a silver Rolex watch. She took a bunch of stuff from Heather. Heather, all her life, Heather collected Tweety bird. I know this sounds kind of stupid, but she did. And she had all these Tweety birds that meant something to her. And she had blankets and bedspreads and all this kind of stuff. And I had packed it away in these gigantic green garbage bags. I doubled them up and I folded everything really nice. And Sky said, she looked and she saw the Tweety birds coming out. She was like, what? Well, I wanted to play this right because I wanted to get my things back. And I knew that what these people were doing, they were running a racket with these quote unquote rich people they would go to work for, and they would wipe them out, and then they would go down and sell it at a place in Dallas called Gaston Bazaar. Gaston Bazaar is a place that's just this gigantic warehouse, and it's got all of these millions of booths that these people open for, $20 a month or something, and you can sell whatever you want to sell. Well, I had this idea, and I said, don't anybody do anything. Just everybody just be real quiet. I said, she's going to be here Monday, so just let me do what I'm going to do. Well, she came in, oh, hello, and everything. And I wasn't really close to this girl. I was just like, okay, whatever. And she started doing all the laundry from the trip. And I was even I was working her 20 times worse. I said, unpack the suitcases. I was telling her to do all of this stuff because I wanted to get all this work out of her because I was so pissed off. Because I knew what she'd done, but she didn't know that I knew. Oh, by the way, Sky filmed her on her cell phone. And she came at me, and I heard her on her phone talking, and I picked up the extension, and she was talking to her girlfriend, and I know Spanish enough to know what she was saying, and she was saying, she's acting very suspicious, and she's watching me, is what she said. And I was listening in the office, because in the office, I had a fax machine that you could push speaker, and then you hit mute, and you could listen to anything that was going on. And she was talking to her friend, and she was saying she's acting suspicious. And the funny thing about it was her girlfriend was speaking English, and she was speaking Spanish. Well, I thought this is fixing to get weird because I got suspicious that she was going to run. So what I did is I'll never forget it. She was walking through the formal living room, and I stopped her. I said, "Hey, Tomasa," and she was like, "Yes." I said, "Did you take some things from me?" And she goes, no sé. I said, "Did you?" I said all this in Spanish. I said, "Did you steal some things from me?" She said, no sé. I said, "Well, I happen to know that you did." And her face just went white as a ghost. And I said, "I know that you did." And I said, "You were seen by some kids that were kind of watching the house." And so, she says, "No, I was taking out the trash." I said, "Okay, whatever." And I remembered the funny thing about it was I went, "Liar!" like right in her face. I said, "You're a liar." And about that time, I had set it up to where the Dallas Sheriff's Office showed up. They were waiting on the front porch, and there was two at the back. And I said, "You need to go." And she goes, "What?" I said, "You need to go." Well, they said, "What do you want us to do?" And I said, I don't know. Because at that time, if you went to jail, they would get INS involved. I said, I would take her straight to INS and just have them take her to the border. And I said, "Go get your things." And I said, "No, wait a minute. Don't get your things." I was so mad. You know what she did? She stole my wedding rings because I didn't take them to Florida with me. I had left them somewhere in the house. I mean, I thought I could trust this bitch. She'd been with me for several weeks, and she seemed harmless. And, oh, guess what? When we got, also, 2 nights later, our cats disappeared that we'd had for 10 years. Snowball and Sonic, they disappeared, and they would never disappear. So we think that was some sort of a retribution. But anyway, they supposedly took her down to INS, and INS supposedly took her to the border. But she had plenty of family there, and I did give her some money. I made sure she had some money. I think I gave her like $80 or something like that. Well, the next day, I called Mike, and Mike has got a Spreaker account. He's been listening to the show. So, Mike, if you're listening, you're going to remember this. I called Mike. I said, "We need to do some stuff." And he was like, "What do we got?" I said, "Just come over to the house." He comes over. Mike, of course, I've told you before, is an amazing bounty hunter. He's known nationwide. He really is. He's known nationwide. And, excuse me, I told Mike to go down to Gaston Bazaar and to look for, she had sold some of my bags. She had stolen a couple of my like Louis Vuitton bags and stuff like that. Well, Mike went down there the next morning, and I said, "Here's your sign. Look for Tweety Bird." And sure enough, he found it. And he offered the guy. He had 2 Dallas police officers waiting around the corner, and he offered the guy $1,000 for everything in the booth. And the guy agreed. And then the Dallas police came over there and said, "Do you realize you're selling stolen property, this, that, and the other?" And what she had taken was unfathomable. I mean, it was unbelievable. She had taken a piece of crystal that my mother bought me for my wedding present. My mother. It's a basket, like a tisket, a tasket, that green and yellow. It's a what's that crystal? It's called whatever, that really nice crystal. And she had taken several sets of my china, my wedding china that I have. She took jewelry from Heather. She took stuff from Stephen's room. It was unbelievable. I mean, she made a haul. There's no telling how much she took. And I think we got everything back. We didn't get the jewelry back because I don't know what happened to it. And so, yeah, what do you do in the case? You know, you have somebody in your country, and they do something like that. If I was in another country, if I was in Mexico, if I was in Germany, hell, if I was in Canada, I would be on my best behavior, especially if I was there illegally, because I would not want to get the attention of the police or, you know, the NSA or anybody. And these people are just really making mistakes. And moving right along, I'm getting tired of talking to myself. I do that sometimes. I'm going to play another song so I can go see where Steve Rush is. Steve Rushito Tanasa Yatasitito. Here's another good song that y'all will hate on the Debbie Daily Show. Let's listen to this song, because it just happens to pop up on my history. Bing, by Luke Graham. Wait a minute, I just saw another one on my history. This is the song that this guy that was in the BWC sent me the last time he ever spoke to me, and he was never seen or heard from again after that, and we now know what happened to him. But this guy was relentless about trolling me. He had been with me for 5 years, every day. Even when I went off and did my own Shoutcast network, he came there and claimed that he would act in the chat like he hated my guts. Oh, that's right, I forgot I banned Stabby. Let me go see what's going on. Hold on, I forgot I banned Stabby. Let me go check and see what's going on in the chat room. Has anybody heard? Is Stabby? Wolfman! Hi, is Stabby mad? Has anybody heard from him? Oops. Let me unban him. Hold on just a minute. I'll unban him. Don't get involved. It's just what me and Stabby do. We've done it since the beginning of time. Stabby and I have done this. We get mad at each other and do things. Ooh, we have Stabby, Pimp Hat, Jamalito. The one angry Jew, you can stay blocked. You're no good to me. Oh, what the hell? Let's unban everybody. Boom, 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 boom. There. Everybody's global unbanning. Global unbanning. Oh, my God. I laughed so hard at Wolfmanmike. I happen to think he's probably one of the funniest people ever, but he is so funny that he doesn't even know he's funny. It's like he reminds me so much of this guy that I know that anything he says is funny. And he's so animated with it. It's like he's so matter of fact. He reminds me of an SNL character that never breaks character. But he will break character if I'm on the call. That's why I don't like to be on it too much, because I laugh so hard. I can't stop laughing sometimes. And I think sometimes Mike's laughing at me, laughing because I'm acting like a fool laughing. But I've told y'all many times I love to laugh. So last night, I'm going to give y'all a little peeky-poo into what happened on, let's change gears and talk about something funny for a second. Something jovial instead of all these problems in the world. And nothing we can do about it anyway, right? All right, so last night, I'm sitting here. What is Debbie Daly? I'm here. What is this? The queen of news shows. What is this? Oh, 10 months ago. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw where Kurt listened to that. Sorry. Oops, sorry. So I'm talked into calling into Wolfmanmike's After Hours Dirty Rotten Tarot, right? And boy, was it hysterical. What a maroon. These guys are funny as I mean, they are funny. And y'all know me. If something's not funny, I'm not going to, I could give a, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying not to cuss this much because I have friends listening. But, by the way, shouts out to all you friends. Where are my friends? Where is Mike? You are the hardest person to get on this network. And I'm not the only person that says that. You're hard to find. Where are you? I just saw you somewhere. Where'd you go? Y'all got to hear some of this. It's funny. Na, 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 na. I stopped that song. I'm so stupid. Where did you go? I just saw. There you are. Wolfmanmike 47. All right. He did this show called Crack It Open. I had no idea where the title comes from. And I call in about,
Got it.
Okay. We can also post it in Twitter if you want.
Or whoever.
All you have to do is go Spreaker.com. It's speaker with an R in there. You just go Spreaker.com, and then you just search for Dirty Rotten Tarot. It's very easy.
I try, and I can't ever find it. All right, I got it.
Everyone else can except you.
I know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
No, it's okay. You don't need to go in there. You can... Well, you want to read it, right?
No, not really.
You don't want to see what they're saying about you while you're live on the air?
It's bad, terrible. Then it make me want to go away forever. Crack It Open.
It's good. This is funny. Yeah, man. Okay, so...
Now, I don't think he thinks I heard that, but he says, yeah, I got Debbie, the good one. And that makes me feel good because I'm thinking, I hope that somebody out there appreciates me and not everybody's a mean, horrible person like some people are around here and doesn't appreciate me. So, meh. I heard you say that to your wife. I think you said, yeah, I've got Debbie, the good one. I hope no other Debbies are listening.
Speaker.com. And then you just search for Dirty Rotten Tarot. It's very easy.
I try, and I can't ever find it. All right, I got it.
Everyone else can except you.
I know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
No, it's okay. You don't need to go in there. You can... Well, you want to read it, right?
No, not really.
You don't want to see what they're saying about you while you're live on the air?
It's bad, terrible. Then it make me want to go away forever. Crack It Open.
It's good. This is funny. Yeah, man. Okay, so your story, Deb, was I missed it because I actually had to go to the washroom. So can you give me a brief run through?
Stephen was home and there was a dog barking, an unbelievably nuisance dog barking about 3 or 4 doors down, and it would not stop. And it was just like constant, just, rah, rah, rah. It was this dog barking incessantly.
All right, shut up, Debbie. Shut up, Debbie. Get to the funny parts. Okay, so Willie calls in, of course, and that's always a disaster. But what cracks me up is when there was a part in there, and y'all need to listen to this in its entirety. I'm just giving you like 1/100th of it. There was a part when, hell, I forgot now. We were just all losing it.
Fucking psychic. Well, fucking man, I'm telling you, man to man.
Are you talking about my previous posts? I said that about the Bigfoot. They're always blurry. All the pictures, Debbie. Even 2017, all the cameras available today.
So
right.
I can do little tricks like that and make it work.
I'm going to go to bed soon anyway.
See, now I have Erik.
Oh my God, Wolfman's voice, just hearing his voice makes me want to start laughing. And I am so tired of laughing. I laughed again today. I was letting my son listen to this, but I was letting my son listen to the one where Kurt and I go back and forth. And I'm talking about Wolfman's show. And I was laughing then my ass off. And it's hard to make me laugh like that, because people say in real life that I've got a really keen sense of humor. Well, I'm not trying to flatter anybody here. The man may not like me, never talk to me again as far as I know, but I'm just saying I think it's hysterical the way he just everything's just real droll and yeah, well that's the way I am. That's what I do. And don't think I didn't hear the porno music in the background when I was reading. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't miss a thing. Wait a minute, let me show y'all this. This is even funnier. I did a show, I think last Wednesday night or something like that. I forgot when it was. It was a long time ago. Of course, I'm fooling you. I'm being a stupid when I say that. But I was talking to Curtis, and Curtis said, hey, Debbie, we were talking about him reading the Bible and making money. He said, well, did you hear the Christmas show I did with Mike, he calls him Wolfman, and I read the night before Christmas, or the Christmas story. Now, Curtis knows not to trust me, so I go and I'm in there looking for the show, and I'm sharing screens with Kurt so he can keep up with what I'm doing. And he sees that I'm singing a show that Mike and Kurt did on Christmas Eve, I believe, called Monster Christmas or something like that. And it just went nuts. And I go crazy playing it, and Kurt's like, don't play that. It's good stuff.
There.
Y'all
No, this isn't the one. Delete this, please.
Okay, Kurt says, that's not the one. Delete this, please. That's not the one. Kurt sees that I'm looking at Monster, I think it's called, no, Christmas in Hell. And he knows that I'm going to play it. He knows me better than that. So you're going to hear Kurt on the show that I'm playing, my show, and then you're going to hear Kurt with Wolfman. So drunk.
Delete this forever.
No,
it'll haunt me one day.
I don't know who was more wasted.
My Lord will play me.
You or Wolfman. Listen to how drunk Wolfman is. Listen.
I sound like Sue Ellen. That was me, not him.
No. Listen to Darren. I mean,
Dallas.
Mike.
Drinking too much.
Well, I drink way too fucking much.
Who was playing that stupid thing? Was that Mike?
That had to have been Wolfman or whoever.
Listen to that stupid thing.
That sounds terrible.
Hey. Did you hear Darren say that sounds terrible? You fucking idiots.
Did I say anything about it?
I
wouldn't say, what the fuck is that? Is Ezekiel here? Lord. That sounds like something like Mr. Rogers in that make-believe.
You know something? I have to show you the funniest thing you've ever heard in your life. So I play this little thing about the theme from Titanic, but we quit that and go back.
Lord. Did I say Lord? I'm surely.
Darren's on the call.
What day was this?
Darren, it's Christmas Eve. Darren's on the call. Sober as the Pope. Listen.
What is that? Part of my language.
That's a different language.
So oh. Brother, what are we going to do? My God.
I love it. Brother, what are we going to do? It just kills me. I swear to God, it just kills me for some reason.
Please delete this.
This is the one I made him take off the private.
Oh, man. Darren has to tell us what to fucking do.
I don't know what to do now.
Now, I can always tell when Wolfman's drunk if he's cussing, because he doesn't normally just cuss. He would just say, Darren needs to tell us what to do. But he says, Darren needs to tell us what to fucking do.
Chat here.
I have to work tomorrow, so I have to go to bed like in about an hour for sure.
I can do this one. I can do this for you. You can sing.
Did you hear Wolfman say, you can sing? He goes, you can sing. Why is that so funny to me? I cannot for the life of me figure this out. It's just, I think it's that I told Victor today and Steven, I said, I think what it is I get a mental image in my mind. And he's over there with his harmonica. He's all happy. And he probably woke up the next day and went, oh my God, we put the show on private. Oh my God. Whew, that's funny stuff. Anyway, let's go back to some of this. Can't breathe.
Oh, Father. Oh, Father. Why did I do that?
Listen to Mike. He gets a harmonica, and then sometimes one time he scared me to death because I clicked play on one of his shows, just randomly. And he goes, hey, everybody, I have a treat for you today. And then all of a sudden you hear, bam, 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 this drumming just blows your ears out of your head. It's just so stupid. I love it. Drums, and one time it knocked me out of my chair. It was so loud. He goes, hey, everybody, listen to this. And he goes, boom, 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 boom. And I was like going, oh, my God. He can't play the harmonica. Oh, my God. Oh, I have laughed so much since Friday night. I can't breathe listening to some of these replays.
Comedians are weird.
Listen to that shit. Victor, how hard did I laugh when I was playing you that replay of me playing Wolfman's show?
Oh, you're dying. You're three rib out of place, too.
Yeah, I mean, literally, this is the hardest I've laughed at something in probably years. I mean, it's that funny. I don't know, and I cannot for the life of me figure out what it is that makes this so freaking funny. But it just kills me. Now, one time, Jerry, y'all know Jerry, Crazy Loving Jerry, that I know and love? Jerry calls into my show. Jerry had invited Victor and I to go to Cabo St. Lucas. Doesn't say anything, Vic. Okay? Invited us to go to Cabo St. Lucas. Is it Lucas or Luca? It's Lucas. Mm-hmm. Cabo St. Lucas. Anyway. And we were going to go. We were going to go with him and the vice president of Smirnoff. Okay? A friend of his. And at the very last minute, Heather's baby gets sick. And I'm not kidding. I even had documented proof to show Jerry. We took him to the doctor. He had 105 degrees fever. It was horrible. And I just didn't feel like I could leave because she was a new mother. She was a brand new mom. And take a listen to what happened. So Jerry, see, and I don't have the whole thing. That's what bothers me. I have to set this up because you don't know what's going on. Jerry had called into the show to tell me about the trip to Cabo St. Lucas. Jerry explained that they went out to eat at this restaurant. And he had ordered a bottle of wine called Pouilly Foussé. Now, he said the reason he remembered it being Pouilly Foussé is he and his friend, the guy from Smirnoff, used to laugh and called it fuzzy pussy. It was called Pouilly Foussé. So he says, would you like a bottle of Pouilly? We would like a bottle of Pouilly Foussé. And, of course, this Mexican was like, si, senor, and didn't know what he was bringing. When Jerry gets the bill, he goes, oh, here, no, I insist. Jerry grabs it. He opens it up. The bill's $1,200 for 4 people. And so he taps the waiter on the hand, on the side. He goes, can you come over here? And all of a sudden, everybody at the table is going, what's wrong, Jerry? What's wrong? What's wrong? And this is where we're at in the conversation. Take a listen to this. This is another time that I just lose it. And I think it's because I imagine in my mind, I visualize these things. Take a listen. It's pretty lousy. And here he goes.
Oh, man.
I had a feeling you had some stories, dear. So that probably put just a little bit of a damper on the rest of the trip. But anyway.
You know, it bothered everyone else a hell of a lot more than it did me, let me tell you. It bothered me because everyone else made a huge, enormous deal out of it and wouldn't let it go. And that... problem with being a perfect person like myself, because you make one little mistake, you know? I build a bridge. Do they call me Jerry the Bridge Builder? No. I build a highway. Did they call me Jerry the Highway Builder? No. But I screw one sheep.
You can tell I fell over laughing. You can hear me. Do what?
You couldn't breathe.
I know I couldn't breathe, but you can tell I fell over because you can hear me hitting the console that I was on.
I can't breathe. Stop it! I'm not kidding. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Too.
I screw one sheep.
I wish I knew where that was because the story goes on and on and on, and Jerry begins to tell us that he says this mistake, this little flippant, whatever, has become the bane of my existence because his wife, who's Jerry considers himself dominated by her. Her name is Selena. She's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. She runs marathons, and Jerry smokes cigarettes, smokes weed, and she just can be pretty dominating. But anyway, it's funny to tease Jerry about it. But Jerry says that when they get back, that Selena's going, well, I saw that bottle in the grocery store, and it was $32. I don't know why you had to pay for that. No. And he says it just becomes the bane of, he goes on and tells the funniest story, just randomly telling this story. And it was just funny that I just cracked up laughing. One night, believe it or not, I had the One Angry Jew on the show. And we were scheduled to do a debate. We had been called out by Goofy Bone, Mr. Solution, who was mad at me at the time. Mr. Solution went to one of my haters, which was Goofy Bone at the time, and teamed up against him to have us in a debate. Simple as that. Well, I have all these emails that I sent to Kevin Kierstead saying, here's what we're supposed to debate. We're supposed to debate white guilt, race, and sex. And he said, well, what are the topics? I said, well, so Jewish producer and I got together and gave them to Kevin. We said, here's the deal. We'll say, we made it more specific. Well, as it turns out, Goofy Bone gets mad and ends up forfeiting the debate, basically, because he just hangs up on us and just says, I can't do this. And the craziness that ensued after the hang-up between me and the Jew and other people was just hysterical. And it goes a little something like this.
I'm not dealing with this shit.
Wait a minute. I went too fast. Okay, now this is me listening into Goofy's show, which I have the ability to do anything right now. I can go listen to anything and y'all can hear it. I'm listening in to see what's going on with Goofy, because apparently we didn't know if they were ready or not. And this is Goofy talking about, he says, we need to get extra chairs. Goofy's really funny if he wasn't such an asshole, but Goofy's saying we're going to have a crowd tonight, and Goofy pretends like his podcast is real life. So he's telling Chewbacca, which is his engineer, because he copies ghosts. But anyway, that's beside the point. To get extra chairs out of the closet because we're going to have a crowd. It's really funny to listen to.
Feel good. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. And to feel the way that every child should. Sit and listen. Sit and listen. Went to school and I was.
What's up, Dennis?
Just chiming in.
I know, but what's up?
No, just chiming in. Just seeing what's on your screen.
Nothing.
Okay, then I'll go by.
No, shut up. Stop being a weenie, baby. Now, I have something very exciting to tell you guys. I am just now reading. First time I've been over to Skype today. Pluto of the Skype assholes. He is a engineer with NASA. I'm going to invite him to come on and give us the skinny, Dennis, on Fukushima and how the nuclear fallout is happening. And he just gave me a complete rundown on what happened to him. Amazing. Cool.
Sounds interesting.
It is. I said, how did your heart things go? And he says, well, I got a pacemaker, but there are no guarantees. I'll have an echocardiogram, which will measure the interior three-dimensional volume of the left ventricle. He knows I know all about the heart. And, Sonny, you deleted another message again. And that means I'm going to file for divorce. I told you that it was going to be divorce. Anyway, he says that will allow a calculation of the left atrium fill rate into the left ventricle, which is true. Before the pacemaker, it was 25. It should be 50 now. Over the next 6 months to a year, the number will probably get to 40 and possibly 50. If so, I will continue to be on drugs like beta blockers, which are horrible, and I will continue to have a pacemaker, but I should live another 30 years. If if it does not improve or gets worse, I need to consider Plan B. Plan B is the implantation of a very sophisticated new device that is to assist my heart in delivering blood to my body. It's called an LVAD, a left ventricle assisted device. I've heard all about that. See, this is what I have. I have irregular heartbeats. I believe that's what's going to kill me is my irregular heartbeats. He says, today and the last few days have been horrible. Unfortunately, I'm not sure why, but I degraded terribly in a very short time. I can't seem to catch my breath, and I was normal last week. Logic tells me something other than it's my heart function, but logic is not good enough. I have a schedule of evaluations by a factory cardiologist who will download diagnostic data from my device. Excellent. Well, he goes, thank you for asking. Thankfully, I have universal supplied insurance. Good for you. Excellent. Way to go. And then he says, I know you are a Republican, but I live in Orange County, and I have a lot of Republican friends. None of them want to kill sick people. Let's hope calm heads prevail in Washington and the evil bitches in the Tea Party are voted out of office. I know the anger down here is intense, that anyone in the Republican Party is subject to gross physical harm if they advertise it. Cars with Trump stickers are being set on fire. We are close to civil war over this, and it will turn out to be amazingly bloody. You know, that's another thing is I just cannot believe how this country is in an uproar of people that support Trump and people that don't support Trump. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it in my life. I don't think this country's ever seen anything like it. Do you believe that, Dennis?
I believe. I agree.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's just
if you want to get really into it, Debbie, they're talking Nostradamus, right? They're talking about the upheaval of the governments. And a civil war within the Americas. And this is where you guys are at right now. Sorry.
Don't say sorry. I was listening to what you had to say.
No, I'm just saying, this is where we're at. This is where you guys are at. And, being us Canada, we're going to be right there. And, it's going to be very interesting what Trump does in the next 4 years.
Well, it's not only him, and I've never been a huge Trump supporter. I mean, I am, and then I'm not. I mean, I voted for the man just because I didn't want to vote for Hillary, and I've never been just real crazy about him. I think he's a little bit out there, but, whatever. I think it's a lot of people, not just him. I think there's a lot of decisions that are going on that are just crazy. I don't know what to make out of it. But you know what? The saying is true. With friends, you don't discuss religion or politics. And I just think nothing has ever been more true than that recently.
I've never, like with my friends, if they want to discuss politics or religion with me, I'll listen, right? And I'll share. But when they come on to an offensive on me, right, with my sharings, then I just shut down, right? Because I didn't want to bring it up to begin with, only because you did. So that's very, very true, Debbie. I will not discuss politics or religion or government or That's
the same thing, just whatever. But I I just don't think it's a good idea. It's never served me well. Never.
Yeah. You know, like, to each their own. That's all. And, you know, we could talk, you know, like, for me, you know, if you want to talk on pharmaceuticals, you want to talk on New World Order, powers that be, the Illuminati, you want to talk on whatever. But when it comes to 3D shit, you know, it's like, who am I to say, man? You know, like, everybody picks their own path, right? So, it's like,
sometimes. I think sometimes people don't. When they get, let's say somebody gets put in a wheelchair, or,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Yeah, true.
I found, do you remember the big film called The Passion of the Christ?
I do not recall.
You don't remember that in 2003, I think, or 2004, The Passion of the Christ? You don't remember that?
Well, with the Mel Gibson
Yes,
one?
correct.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I know that one, yeah.
And the part of Jesus Christ was played by an actor by the name of, I can't remember his name, but he had an interview on something, and I believe that some of the words that man had to say in that interview are quite honestly something that everybody on this planet should listen to him say. And it has nothing really to do, it does have a lot to do with belief in a creator. And I hate to say religion, because I'm really not into religion. I'm more into just, as you call it, being a spiritual person, so to speak. Believing in, you know, how do you say that? What do you say?
Source core consciousness within universal energy.
Source core consciousness. That reminds me of Reuter saying 10 high Canadian whiskey. Anyway, it's funny stuff. We're going to have a comedy break in just a minute, but let me see if I can find this. And it is amazing to listen to what he has to say. And here it is. His name is Jim Caviezel. And he was the person that played Jesus in The Passion of the Christ. And what he has to say in this, the very last part, I mean, it's 39 minutes long. I'd love to play the whole thing, but it's pretty amazing. And I just said we weren't going to discuss anything that has to do with religion. But it's pretty amazing what he has to say. I could keep it light, or I could go to this, or I could go back to playing what happened after the debate that I had with Goofy Bone. That's pretty lulzy. What do you want to do? It's your pick.
Nope. And Debbie, whatever you would like to do.
No, I'm giving it your pick. You want to go back and listen to the funny thing between Goofy Bone and the Jew and me and Mr. Midnight Movie and Jewish producer and all those people?
Well, that would be funny for sure.
All right, here we go with the debate that never happened with me, Goofy Bone. I had studied all day. I had told everybody in my family, leave me alone. I'm getting ready for the debate tonight. And here's what happened.
It is for the debate of the year.
This fuckhead.
Debbie and her people versus me and mine. So, but remember,
Good song, I'll give
it's
you.
all respect. And things are going to get a little bit easier.
Oh, shut up.
I would say the last song he played was Escape. Which was
Pina Colada.
Well, Rupert Holmes did produce my cousin's fifth album, interestingly enough.
Who's your cousin?
Let's see. Pim Pat says, oh, hi, Debbie, the oldest person by far in this chat. And Mekazawa says, horse shit. And Pim Pat says, tell your lapdog Jewish producer to calm the fuck down. And,
wow.
Yeah, they're already starting it.
Somebody sounds drunk.
But see, Pim Pat is persona non grata. He's a little boy. He's about 5'2". Poor Pim Pat. Let's go forward to when we get to the debate, because this is pretty funny. He was shoving. Here's my unladylike speaking. She will crush them. Get Karen. Karen. Birthday. Well, we're still live. I still got a show going on here, so we're 18-inch ears. and we just had to put hydrogen peroxide in her ears. I know most people do. He is also very middle of the road, which means he doesn't hate anybody. He doesn't not like me or not like Goofy or not like anybody, so he's perfect to be our moderator. I'd like to introduce now Mr. Kevin Kierstead.
Y'all motherfuckers better recognize. Yeah, this is Kevin Kierstead. I am a fair man, and if my job here is the moderator, the way I see it is sort of like a judge in a court case. The jury is the audience. Debbie Daly's team is going to be the prosecution or the defense, with Goofy Bones being the other. Like any good official in a boxing match, my job's to stay out of it unless I need to come into it. So as long as the personal attacks are kept to a minimum, that's not what a debate is about. If you want to have a personal war, you can set that up for another show. This is an intellectual test between two teams of people on 5 major social issues in America today. And let's let it be that, and let's stick to the topics. That's all.
Yeah, don't you just call
Can
it
I pick them or can I pick them? Now, on my team, I am very proud to announce I have none other than the infamous, probably one of the most disgusted people on Blog Talk Radio and on Spreaker, the One Angry Jew. Take a bow, One Angry Jew. Stop it. Stop it.
Oh, fuck.
He is a mumbler.
Going head to head with Jew. He's hilarious.
What did you say, Darren? Dennis, I'm sorry, sweetie.
No, it's just Angry Jew. He's hilarious to go one-on-one with.
Oh, I know. It's good. Thank you. We know you're a bit up here. And I am also proud to announce one of my brethren, none other than the former #1 host on Blog Talk Radio that has been banned and IP banned, and we all need to write Blog Talk Radio a note and say, bring back the No White Guilt movement. I am proud to announce Mr. Jewish Producer. Take a bow, Jewish Producer.
Yes, I am excited. I am so happy to not only be the second Jew on this panel, but also I'm a big fan of Kevin.
Thank you.
Debbie, too.
Yeah, he's good, too.
Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, weighing in at approximately 400, no, I'm joking, weighing in at 230 pounds, it's none other than the beloved, the infamous, the adorable, the scrumptious, the inflammatory but diplomatic Mr. Midnight Movie. Take a bow, Mr. Midnight Movie. Stop it. Where is Mr. Midnight Movie?
8:45.
He was here earlier. Eating a burger.
Thank you very much.
Eating a burger. He goes for eating a burger. Well, he is here. He is here. He's just not here right now, so he will be here. He'll be back. He's on the phone call, so he's here with us.
He's squeezing a poo.
Now, what I understand is we are going up against Goofy Bone, Mr. Solution, and somebody named Mekazawa. And that's all I know. So I don't know how we're going to do. Are we supposed to call into their show, or what are we supposed to do? Are we going to call in?
Since they're not here, I think they've already forfeited.
Well, let me reset the page one more time on Goofy Bone. Let me reset the page. Saturday night's main event, the debate. Yeah, there he is. So I suppose I call over there, correct?
If that'll all work technologically, I say give it a go.
Sounds good to me.
I thought they were calling in. No, I thought they were. I think they.
6366. I have no idea why the man hates me, but the man hates me. So, all right. I just added them to the call. Jew, please, I'm begging you, stop doing that. Okay, here we
Thank you for calling the Worldwide Radio Show conference line, 186.deuce. This service is provided by freeconferencepro.com. Please enter your passcode followed by the pound sign.
(647-321-218).
The conference is in Q&A mode. Your line is muted.
Ignorant. Oh, wait a minute. We got a call.
Now they stopped talking.
Sabaka's waving his hand. Let's go to the phone lines. Hopefully this is them. We can get this show.
This line is now unmuted.
This is by far the worst radio show on the internet.
Stop it.
Please turn
We're
it off.
here, Goofy. If we can keep the one angry Jew.
That is a personal attack.
If we can keep the one angry Jew under control.
Hello, Debbie. How the hell are you?
If I were any better, I'd be twins.
He's been drinking.
There you go.
So here we are.
Okay, are we ready, Debbie? We're ready to get this very congenial and informative debate on the road. What's the delay?
Well, not so fast there, Mr. Solution. You need some explaining to do. Let's hear some explanations of what is being debated and how it's being debated and who's taking which side.
Okay, Goofy, you just did an excellent job at explaining everything. If you want, I'll go if you don't. Okay, what happened is that over a protracted period of time, 3M would always huddle with Debbie and whomever, and they would discuss race. And of course, Debbie and I had a harangue as regarding her favoring 3M. She lost Steve, and of course, I guess she needs 3M to help her out. So she expresses extreme.
Okay, now hang on.
favoritism for him.
Stop. This is already starting. She lost Steve, and she favors
He asked me a
3M.
question, Debbie. I'm explaining to.
He's already
one
starting it, Kevin, the way he's talking about me. All he asked you was, what was the debate about? You don't need to talk about your little point.
Let me lay down the law here, Debbie.
No kidding.
To Goofy Bones' team, the personal attacks need to be kept out of it, including your opinions about who sucks or who quit. This is a debate about 5 major social issues in America today, and that's what we're going to confine it to. If you want to have a slap fest, we'll do that on a different show. So let's stick to the facts.
Caller, identify yourself. Yeah, who
I
are
am
you?
Kevin Kierstead, the moderator, and I'm bringing a law up in this town tonight.
Well, what happened to the other moderator that was supposed to be here?
That person's dead.
What are you talking about, Ruthie? Goofy, are you asking about...
And what are the other 3 issues? We were only aware of 2. That was race, so-called race, and also sexuality, male-female sexuality. What are the other 3 items that are to be discussed, Kevin?
I'm going off of a tweet I got from Jewish producer. Is this not accurate?
This is 100% accurate, sir.
Okay, if this is accurate, then the topics are as follows. 1, does race exist? 2, does racism cut 2 ways? 3, why did the riots happen? 4, white guilt. And 5, and probably oddest of all, is sex drive.
Okay, can I add on number 3? What riot? Yeah, what riot?
I believe
What
that
riots
would be.
are- what riots are you
that would
referring
be.
about? You're gonna
Hold on, I'm
lose.
sorry. I believe that would be which riots?
That is an extra question.
Well, I'm expressing myself in a state of shock, so that's why I said what riot?
You could be in the state of California for all I care. It's which riot, not what riot.
Well, Debbie, this isn't fair if he wasn't prepared for these topics. We may just have to be fair. If you want to be fair, we need to stick to the ones he was familiar with.
Hey, Dennis, are you still there, sweetie?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I dyed my hair dark again. I wanted to show it to you to get your opinion of it.
Well, I'd like to see it.
All right, I'm going to set up my webcam. I'll be right back.
Excuse me, Kevin. I didn't.
This
I did not
gets
say
funny.
that
This
I was,
gets really funny. Should I go to where it gets funny? I'll do that.
was not prepared. I really hope
Who's taking the
your role tonight is.
well, we're not sure. He also
Yeah, you better check on him. He may have. You
may
better
have
check
passed
on him.
out, and we may need to call an ambulance. However, I've asked who is taking the affirmative in these issues. I haven't even heard that yet.
Well, he wants to present his views on race. He believes that well, I don't want to speak for him at all. But he wants to discuss.
What are you going to do?
He wants to discuss. Where is he? Where is
No,
he?
it doesn't
He's the
matter
leader.
at this point. He's been. What is your stance on this issue? Affirmative or negative?
Well, the way I'm going to approach it is a secret until Kevin finishes.
Well, hold on a second. How can it be a secret if people are preparing for it? If you're going to be arguing that race exists, that's the affirmative.
Hey, I have my
arguing that
okay, let me answer. I have my information. I have my information from the lexicon and also from the Constitution, and I will also refer to a logical order of it and the practical behavior surrounding both these issues, because they deal with behavior. Behavior is the ultimate.
I do believe, sir, that you are an attorney, because I've asked a simple question.
Wait a minute. We don't have to identify anything about the people. I'm just here to debate the issue,
No,
sir.
I'm just saying that you're not able to give a short answer.
I
That's
just
probably
answered
from
you.
being
So
on the clock and billing. All I'm asking for is
I'm finished.
arguing in the affirmative.
I'm finished.
You know what I think about this?
I haven't gotten my
this
answer
topic, it would be presumptuous of us to assume that both teams will necessarily disagree with each other on these. What we're testing here is, I think, with this debate, is who's got a better intellectual insight into the issues.
Well, clearly that would be me.
You may have similar attitudes toward the racism thing, and it's just what we're going to find out is what you know about it.
Well, I didn't think this was a spelling bee or some kind of tournament. It's a debate. Somebody says, I think that race exists. Another one says, race doesn't exist. I just want to know which side is which.
Well, that hasn't been established. Has anyone established
why I
that
keep
Goofy
asking
Bones'
this
team is going to take one view and Debbie's team is going to take the other? I don't think so.
I take the position that race is a social construct for the purpose of maldistributing wealth, income, and denying the liberties of those historically who was defined as slave and subsequent Jim Crow, all the way up until 1960. All the way up until 1960.
Are we ready to start?
Are you including my...
Is there any way that he could turn off that music? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
go. The music's off.
Oh, that is so. It's from a porn where a mother screws his daughter. Or her son or something like that. It's horrible. Anyway.
That's very popular.
No, I'm ready. Go right ahead. I'm ready when you are. Let's go ahead and talk about what Mr. Solution was talking about. Go ahead, Mr. Solution. Go ahead.
Music.
Absolutely. Okay, what I would like to commence with, if everyone can hear me, is that affirmative?
Indeed it is. Go ahead.
Well, if somebody
good,
didn't
good.
hear you,
Okay.
sir, how could they tell you it's affirmative or negative?
I would just like to give an anthropological definition of the so-called race. And we're dealing with two primaries here, but it refers to the whole gamut. There were supposed to be 5 racial divisions, black, white, brown, yellow, and red. And, of course, what it says here anthropologically is no longer in technical use. That's what it opens with. Of pertaining to or characteristic of one of the traditional racial divisions of humankind, generally marked by brown to black skin pigmentation, dark eyes, and tightly curled hair, and including especially the indigenous peoples of Africa, south of the Sahara. Now, that is supposed to be the definition of Negro. And if you heard me clearly, and I hope you did, now I'm about to read the definition, the anthropological definition of Caucasian. Of pertaining to,
May I
and it
ask
also
you,
says...
May I give a request while you're giving these definitions? Could you tell us what the definition of prior to giving us what the definition?
Excuse me, what is the moderator? Aren't you supposed to correct somebody for jumping in?
Are you wringing your hands while you're doing that? Please stop. Mr. Solutions,
You know
if you're
what,
going to give a
goddammit,
definition...
you know what, I tried with this fucking honky-donkey...
This line is now muted.
I don't even want to deal with these...
He just hung up on us. Or he put us on mute.
Yeah. You remember when Mike Tyson bit Evander Holyfield's ear off.
I think we just got our ear bit off.
Yeah. No, see, that's your
he
best.
wanted out of the
that's
fight.
your best outcome right there.
I agree.
Plus,
Let's give him a chance to call back.
No. You wait for him, because what he's done is he has given up. He has thrown in the towel.
Goofy deals with a lot of anger. He's got a lot of.
We win, and I just wanted Mr. Solution, instead of giving a definition and then telling us that was the definition of, I would like him to say, here is the definition of Negro. That would have been helpful.
Well, his complaint was that you interrupted him, though. That's what we have to establish. Are we
We
allowed
now
to
return
just
you to your
have
regularly
interruptions?
scheduled
Because then we don't
program.
have.
Okay, now at this point, I go over and I start playing what's going on with Goofy while we're talking, and that's what cracks us up, is what Goofy's doing. But I was going to say, he said something very racist. He said, "I'm done with this honky donkey," and he was calling us racist. It was a mess. Here goes. Here's the funny part right here.
Or 6-point deuce. Already in progress.
It was a
Incredible pause. Can't even fucking get their shit right. And you talk about us being fucking delinquents. Stupid fucking one angry Jew can't shut his fucking goddamn fucking mouth. Stupid Jimmy's over there getting the stupid fucking moderator that's fucking acting like a stupid retarded dumb fuck
I could light
that
a
doesn't even
cigarette
know
up.
his goddamn job. I'm not dealing with this shit. This is Saturday night's main event. I'm ready to make a finish. Not a fucking zoo.
I think his class is showing. And it just went from there. It was hysterical. We laughed so hard at that whole thing. It was hysterical. But I love to laugh.
That's funny.
Yeah. That was funny. Yeah. So I think Steve was supposed to call in. I don't know if he's called in or not, because I wasn't really watching Skype. I was doing something else. But yeah, sometimes my hair, I do my own hair, and that's what drives me crazy. Let's see.
So let me see.
Oh, hold on just a second. Where is Steve? Let me see if he's going to call in. Are you calling? That was the whole reason I did my show.
Oh, fuck.
What?
Nothing.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, Pluto's not feeling well. He's going to come in another time. He said later on in the week, perhaps. It is Monday night. No, it's not. It's Sunday night.
Is it? Yeah, it's Sunday.
It is Sunday night.
Fuck, don't scare me like that, man. Fuck.
I'm sorry. You missed work. Did you ever go back to work?
Yeah, not yet. I gotta cut another 3 weeks. Fuck.
But you are scheduled to go back. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad to see you're going to go back to work. It's good to work.
Yeah.
When you don't work, an idle mind is the devil's workshop. I think since it's Sunday night and it won't kill us to just listen to something from the Bible, for those of you out there that even believe that the Bible exists.
Oh, fuck.
This is kind of interesting. It is, like I said, it's something that's by Jim. Y'all know me. I'm not stupid. If I'm going to say something's good, it's good. It's by, no, I know what we can do this. Why don't those who have died communicate more with us? How about that?
Because that we're so entrapped in our 3D physical distractions that we don't have, can't take time to fucking pick up these signals or in these things. But yeah, I'm sorry, Debbie. Go ahead.
No, you're right. It basically depends on if you're listening and if you know how to listen. This I found interesting. This was another thing. I'm always listening and learning and reading and reading and reading. I have 6 books stacked next to my bed and reading.
Well, Debbie.
Yes.
No, there's a woman named Paisley would like to say hi to you.
Oh, I love Paisley.
Yeah,
where is she? She's in my chat room or is she in Skype?
Yeah, no, she's in on the Spreaker chat room.
Oh, she would love what I'm going to play. And I'm not playing any of my EVPs. I have 130 of them that I have in my possession right now that I'm getting ready to debut, so to speak. They're pretty interesting. I haven't done this in years, and some of them are even newer than they used to be. But anyway, this is somebody called, this guy is an expert on the afterlife, EVP, communicating with the afterlife. And what he says I think is fascinating. Let's listen to some of this But hi, Paisley. I met her in Dave Scott's show. I'm pretty sure. And I was fascinated with, maybe she would like to hear the reading that I did last night.
You did readings?
I did. I think, in my own personal opinion, that it was a pretty, because I felt Erik? What's wrong?
No. I missed the one show you did, intuitive readings with question mark, and I figured, oh fuck, Debbie's doing fucking readings. Oh, missed it. Full.
Do you remember when Storm Sestavani and Kim Baran, they would all come to hear me read? They'd be in my chat room here listening. They wanted to hear me read because they thought that I was a good reader. I always found that very flattering, especially coming from that group. You know. Do you remember Storm Sestavani?
No, I do not.
Listen to his voice.
I know the last name.
Listen to his voice. He dealt with Lizzie Starr and a bunch of the big ones. Here's his voice.
I know of Lizzie Starr, yeah.
In it as well. So they need to add women and sexual identity. They will add women way before they add sexual identity.
That was Storm Sestavani. He is a renowned psychic. He's highly sought after. But anyway, so I did readings last night, and I for some reason there was a guy that called in named Erik, and I felt so connected to Erik, and I don't know where it came from, but I didn't want to question it, but I felt more connected to Erik than I'd ever been connected in a long time to anybody. And I'd like to play that reading for you guys now if y'all like to hear it, because I know right where it's at. It was on a show that, here he goes. Let's just listen to it.
I think this is interesting. What I see...
Did you know that I opened up Dirty Rotten Tarot, clicked play, and clicked over to the right, and I absolutely nailed the reading where the reading is? Can you believe that, Dennis?
Yeah.
That means it was meant to happen. Here's a reading I gave to Erik, and I thought it was amazing. I mean, not amazing that I'm amazing, but the connection was really amazing. Take a listen.
I just do 3 cards. I don't do anything more than that. But what I can see is it's an interesting read, and I feel really connected to you. Now, in your most recent past, it looks like that you have been you have been sort of going back and forth with wanting some sort of an esoteric knowledge. You experienced a spiritual awakening in your life in the recent past. Maybe you became religious. Maybe something happened. But it got to the point where you were looking for meaning in almost everything in your life. What does that mean, you would say? What does that mean? And you also learned recently to listen to that small voice, that sixth sense that we have. So that's what I see in your past. Now,
you nailed it so far. So far, she's right on, except that there's no religion involved, but everything else is right.
Okay, now in your present situation, I pulled the Chariot card. Now, the Chariot card is amazing. It is an amazing card, and I never pull this card, but it denotes a victory over.
Now, the music was very distracting, but let's continue.
Your self-control recently. You've become... it's almost like you've stopped smoking, something has happened where you've won, basically. You have learned to mentally take the reins in your life, utilizing the power of your mind, so to speak. And you feel like you're back on track, is what I'm saying. I don't know what it is, and it's none of my business. But now the interesting thing...
You're right again.
Now, the interesting thing I pulled for your future card, and again, I don't really see the future, but something is happening in your life that has to do with somebody that's young or has a youthful semblance, maybe, and they are making a very strong influence. They're going to strongly influence your life.
Okay, now here's where I learned from Storm and a guy out of Asia. I was getting the word influence. And what I'm supposed to do, and I never do this, is I'm supposed to sit back for a second and just quiet my mind and see where this influence is going. And so I screw it up. I say, you're going to get influenced by him. Then I go, no, wait, that's not it. And I change. So I want to let y'all know in advance that I sort of balk here. But it's because I never learned my lesson that as a reader, you get messages. You don't ask for them. They just come to you. And they were just going boom, 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 boom with Erik. It was unbelievable. And I get confused right here. And I always do this. Do you remember me doing that, Dennis?
Yes.
You were always there when I was reading a long time ago. And I would just say, and I would just get these these names or these messages or something. It was just like weird that came from nowhere. And the difference between me and somebody else is I don't ignore them. And other people do. They just write it off as just some fleeting thought, and that's not what you're supposed to do. And here we go. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Whether it's a child that you have, somebody is going to be causing you to really focus on them for some reason. I don't know what it is. And this person is really this person is looking up for you, and you need to know, do not take anything for granted that this person is coming at you with, because this person, no matter who it is, it could be, I either see a child or somebody that has a really young looking face, and they are going to be mesmerized by what your sage wisdom that they're going to be speaking, asking you. Do you know what I'm saying? In fact, his success or their success in their future endeavor is going to depend on your advice. So there you go.
Could that be happening right now, or you're talking about in the future?
In the very close future, like in 10 minutes. No, it could be like right now-ish.
Wow, that's good. That's good. Better than Wolfman shit you're reading.
Oh, yeah. Nobody reads me. Nobody can.
Did any of that make sense?
It did.
Now, I have one more message for him that comes just boom into my head.
Me.
Everything was right on. It was a spiritual awakening. No religion, but everything else was pretty much right on.
I was just giving an example, whatever.
Yeah, no, I know you were excellent.
Well, that's good. Just be looking out for something to happen. But here's the thing. I have to tell you this. Stop it, Wolfman. The advice or the sage wisdom that you're going to be giving this person, like I said, it's to me, I see a young person, a young boy maybe or something, I don't know. They're going to not want to take your advice. They're going to balk at it. They're going to say, no, that's not what I want to do. But remember this, they are listening, and they will eventually come back and say, guess what I want to do? And they're going to make it seem like it's their idea. That's all. I don't know why I pushed to tell you that.
Interesting.
So he confirmed everything that I had said. And I can tell when I'm really connected and when I'm not connected. And when somebody says, wow, that was really spot on, you don't get that response unless you are spot on, in my experience. Do you believe what I'm saying, Dennis?
It's very interesting when you mentioned this, Debbie. Again, I read energy, whatever like this, you know me. And what I do a lot of is I read for readers, right? Because they'll come to me and they'll ask me to read because they're readers themselves, right? So this is very interesting when it goes down this way, right? It's just not somebody who's trapped in 3D and this, and the other thing, and blah. These are people that are energy healers. They're soothsayers. They're quite connected, and then when they come to me and ask for my sharings, it's quite interesting the way it ends up, and a lot of them are like, yeah, you're freaking damn spot on, right? And I'm not talking about Joe Blow that shine shoes. I'm talking about guys that or peoples that are right into higher vibrational work. Right? So yeah, it's cool. when you get that interaction, Debbie, it's nice. I like that.
Well,
yeah, it's cool.
The influx of paranormal shows that have come into Spreaker have re-energized my interest in the paranormal, and I consider myself to be a fairly down-to-earth person. I mean, I'm pretty grounded. You know what I mean? And I'm not the kind of person that takes paranormal lightly. I don't take it lightly because I've had some experiences that are pretty wild, to be honest with you. As you know, we lived in a haunted house. I mean, that was proven time and time again. I mean, I can't tell you. I don't know what was going on in that house. I know that it was on Indian. There was an Indian burial. We went to the Platte, to the historic Platte and something department of the county that we were in, and we found out that there were 700 Caddo Indians slaughtered on the property that I was on. And there was also a tragic train wreck killing 12 members of one family in a Model T in 1935 when they crossed the train tracks coming home from the State Fair of Texas. And we found out all these different things. But it got so scary that we sold the house. It was like, we're getting out of here. And the weird thing about it is I did a show, the very first show I ever did on Blog Talk Radio, I asked my daughter to call in because I knew I wouldn't have any callers. And it was talking about EVP. Well, when I went on, what happened to my audacity? The audacity of my audacity. When I went on, when I first moved into that house, the day I moved in, I was on the back driveway unloading and doing things, and one of my girlfriends drove up, and her name was Bridget. Bridget had a daughter named Taylor. And when Bridget got out of her SUV, she says, "Debbie, oh my God, welcome. We're so glad to have you over here." And I said, "Thank you." And her daughter says, "You do know this house is haunted, right?" And her mother goes, "Taylor!" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" Well, I found out that the house was built in 1990. We moved in 99, and 6 families had already come and gone. And this was a 5,000 square foot house. This was a brand new custom home. And I later found out, after we moved out, that a boy had hung himself in my daughter's closet. I mean, before we moved in a long time ago. But anyway, a long time before that. I found out all kinds of things. There was a doctor that lived there that had 5 children, and all kinds of weird things went on there. 5 families had come and gone in that house. And it was pretty spooky stuff that was going on there. I don't know what was going on, but I'll never know. I know we had a priest come over, and he left. He stayed for about 15 minutes and left. He just ran out the door. He was like, I don't know what scared him. We never heard back from him. And he would never take my calls again because I was like, what happened? We were prepared to give him some money. We were real sweet to him, and he just said, I don't want anything to do with that. That's weird. He said that there was a portal in my house.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was weird stuff, but I digress. But, yeah.
I know.
Weird stuff. But, yeah, I just was going to sort of introduce to Paisley, right?
Yeah, I'm picking up on her energy, yeah.
Well, I was just sort of talking to her. I haven't seen my chat room, but I was sort of talking to her about where I come into the paranormal. That's where I come in. Dennis has known me forever. And Dennis, since she's there and since I'm what I might do is I might open a separate show for the paranormal and then use this one for just being goofy and funny and having craziness. And, tell her what you knew of me as far as the paranormal whatever went on when you first encountered me back in, was it 2009? Yeah, 2009.
Yeah, it was a while ago. But you were questioning in regards to the energies that were occurring around you. You were in question, right? You were like in a lot of doubt. And I will mention this, a little bit of fear, because you weren't sure what was going on around you, because you started to enwrap yourself within a lot of energies, right? So you're being little newbie you. So it took you a little bit of time for you to not so much get comfortable, but to understand what these energies that were going around you. These are unseen energies, and they're again, unseen entity, spirit world, whatever you want to call it, whatever, I don't care. And
There were some dark people coming around me. It was Emerald
oh,
Rose.
whatever.
It was
all that kind of
Thomas.
shit.
It was Fire Witch. It was Iron Witch. It was all these people that came
Oh,
in.
fucking Fire Witch, man. She
Ooh.
tried to fucking stick her talons in me so hard, man.
She put a curse on me, a Norwich curse. It was hysterical.
Yeah, yeah.
For
It
no
doesn't
reason,
matter.
for no reason at all. I don't know why. They were just
No, the same. No, David, the same thing with me, man. She tried to get her hooks into me so hard, so deep. But again, it doesn't matter. So yeah, Debbie was new to all this territory per se, right? And then she started to involve herself with individuals that were really tied into. I'm not going to say the occult. No,
they were. They were into black magic. They were bad.
Yeah, no, they call it black magic, whatever like that. Fuck, they do that fucking shit. Like they. Okay, Debbie. They say, okay, Dennis, what are you? A witch. Okay, I know witches. I know witches everywhere, left, right, and center. All right. Yeah, but you want to call me nothing? No, I'm not warlock. I just classify myself as a wizard. Okay. If you just want to distinguish it between genders, witches, like there are male witches, right? But if you want to really distinguish genders, whatever, sure, I'm the wizard, and then there's witches, whatever. And yeah, and Debbie, the witch way, the Wiccan way, right? All right. The pagan way, per se, right? And
Wait a
again,
minute. Wait. I know that way?
Yes, you do.
No, I don't go that way, is what I'm saying.
I know you don't go that way, but you know that way.
I was surrounded by bad guys.
I know, but you know of it. See, I'm not saying you live within it. I say you know of it. All right? Anyway. Not to get too far off track.
Well, so Dennis, I'm trying to keep Dennis on track here. So Dennis came to me and introduced himself as Dennis and said, I come from the other side. Dennis was actually involved with these people and came over to me to say he was sort of a turncoat. Am I right?
Well, it's just I see everything as it is not just one way. Right. Like love and lighters, whatever. That's what they do. You got your dark side. Yeah, that's what they do. And for me, I got to see it always. Like always. So yeah, I float back and forth everywhere. So this is again talking about multidimensional, being aware of a multidimensional being. We flip in and out, right? And just being aware of it. That's all. It's actually really simple stuff, right? People get all fucked up with this religion and that. It goes beyond religion. It goes into belief systems. Right, and a lot of.
I don't believe that I am any special. I am special. I don't believe that I'm gifted. I don't believe anything along those lines. All I believe is that I chose to tune in.
Mm-hmm.
And
Debbie.
Hold on, I wasn't through. I choose to tune in and to listen to things and to be. And I come from child abuse. At a young age. And MS Ghost once told me in private, she said, Debbie, and several people came to me and said, Debbie, the reason you're so intuitive, your intuition is tweaked so high, is as a baby, you had to learn how to read your parents' faces when they walked in the room. And, you know what I mean? And so I think that's part of what I guess you could say happened.
I agree. I was in that same spot.
But Dennis would call in all the time and say things like, Debbie, you need to know that, this is going on and that is going on and this is going on. And it's not that he was like ratting on people or anything. It's just that he was always trying to help me. And then I had several people come to me on Blog Talk Radio, the prior network I was on, and say, we're picking up something about you is different, something about you is this, something about you is that. Oro came to me. I had a guy call me and say that they wanted me
Shango. Yeah.
They wanted me to be there was a lady named Kay. And I had my first experience with, I guess you call it, what do you call it? Remote viewing? Is that what you call it? Remote viewing?
Yeah,
I had my first experience when I was about 8 years old. I was in the garage, and I just got over a really bad upper respiratory infection. I caught it from Joe Seeker. And I knew that my mom and her mother were always very mystical kind of people and stuff like that. And they came from a long line of real witches that were some of the witches. My grandmother's maiden name was Tomlinson. And if you do research on Tomlinson goes back to the days of Salem and stuff like that, where they were actually, they were witches. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Well, and so I think that sometimes these things are passed down for some reason, and you don't really know it, and I never knew it. I was just a kid having a lot of fun in my 20s. I went to college. I was just a normal, nothing person, got married, had 2 beautiful children, stay-at-home mom. And then all of a sudden, it just sort of hit me when I turned about 35 that there was something weird going on, that I started to be able to feel in my own body and in my own chest other people's pain, not physical pain, but their emotional pain. And it would just start, and even animals, I would just be drawn, and it would break my heart to the point that I would almost start crying when I would be around certain people or certain animals. I would be thinking, and I started, you know what I'm saying? And it just became weird to me. And then when I was on Blogstock Radio, I called it Blogstock Radio, I was with a lady named Moon Lady, a real sweet lady named Moon Lady. And she was doing readings on her show. And I said, what is a reading? And she said, call in tonight. And I called into her show, and there was this girl that called in. She was in the hospital. One thing led to another. And I said, Moon Lady, can I say something? And she had been trying to read this. And I just blurted out everything to this girl. I said, there's a couple that are near you that are your downfall. And I said, they are the bad guys. And I said, there's something going on, blah, blah, blah. And I just laid it out to her like that. And it was just like, it just came from nowhere, and that's sort of where it all started. But anyway, I'll shut up.
Yeah. No, that's good. See, that's where it becomes a flowing. It becomes a knowing within. And this is where intuition, it just goes. And you run with it, right? It's an unseen energy per se. They can measure it and track it, but they're still working on that kind of shit. But yeah, it's seeing outside of this 3D, right? Because when we get into the 50 dimensions higher, there is no time, right? So we kind of like see things differently, right? It's phasing in and out. It's hard to explain. Anyway,
I don't think it's hard to explain. I think what it is you just hold back so much. You know what you want to say, but you just don't say it because you're afraid people will think you sound crazy. And that's what I tell you since 2009. Quit holding back and just speak your mind. Say what you want to say. Who cares what other people think? Who cares what other people think when other people are just as messed up, if not more messed up than you? You see what I'm saying? So other people's opinions have gotten very, very low on my scale of importance lately. Not in my real life. I care very much what my family thinks of me, and I maintain a certain degree, a certain level of I make sure that their opinion is good of me because I do I do my job, and I know what my job is. My job is to take care of this family and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But as far as online people that I don't know, I don't really care what their opinions are. I mean, that sounds horrible, but it's very true. I'm just saying. But I had a guy call in one night to my show he's a friend of mine, and he was explaining some stuff to me. Can I play that for us?
Please.
Dink. I have so much to talk about tonight. It's crazy. Sunday nights are my biggest nights. According to my statistics.
For me, and they knocked the minute. It's so funny, but the very second I said, "Hey guys, this is Debbie," boom, they knocked me off of Skype. They knocked me off my internet. But I got in touch with my guy at
Pound TIAC reel-to-reel recorder.
Here he is.
You carried your equipment around in a large U-Haul trailer because that's all it would fit in. You didn't walk around with it. So, things have changed pretty dramatically since those days. And amazingly, I had a lot of theories back then that I wasn't able to prove until maybe about 7 or 8 years ago when technology finally caught up to where my head was at. And
what got you interested in the paranormal world? What was it that, you didn't just...
Let me tell you, I hate the way Blog Talk Radio does it. Let me tell you a little bit about who David Roundtree is. David Roundtree, let me get the exact curriculum vitae on him. How about that? Should I do that? Yeah. David Roundtree is here we go. Where is he? There's also an actor named David Roundtree, and that's not who I'm looking for. Here we go. Okay. Where is his website? Paranormal Research. Here we go. I think this is called Geosites. David Roundtree, paranormal researcher. David was born in 1954 in Suffolk, Virginia, an area rich in historic and haunted landmarks. His family originally settled in in England in 1735, blah, 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 blah. He moved to Delray Beach, Florida in the fall of 1963, where he first became interested in the paranormal. In his next-door neighbor, Fred Grosstruck, a retired professor from Joliet University and a pattern maker, gave him a book called Adventures in the Paranormal. Also introducing him to Fate magazine, blah, blah, blah. Okay. David received his BSEE in 1973 while serving in the United States Air Force in microwave technology. In November of 2007, he received his master's degree in electronic engineering and digital signal processing. He is currently working on his doctorate in physics. David completed several workshops on paranormal investigation at the Rhine Research Center at Duke University and is currently a supporting member of that illustrious organization. In 1978, he was certified as an audio engineer. He worked in the entertainment industry as a technical director. For 20 years, he worked at the University of Florida, serving as the manager of the student technology of Spinal Tech, as well as the technical director of the University of Florida's Performing Arts, blah, blah, blah. It says he is currently the manager of a public address communications technology and director of the Audio Research and Development Lab for the third largest public transportation corporation in the nation. He is a member of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. He is a member of the Audio Engineering Society, an international professional organization dedicated to the standardization of the audio industry. He's a member of the International Frequency Sensor Association. It just goes on forever. I might have to read for another 10 minutes. It says he performed many investigations in the area in and around Gainesville, Florida, as a member of a highly specialized research team. Now, he went in to EVP as a debunker. He was trying to prove that this was bullshit, and he couldn't. And that's what he talks to me about. It says right here, due to several encounters of a very negative nature from 1985 to 87, he made the decision to concentrate on the scientific research concerning the phenomena of EVP and not the metaphysical aspects of the events. In 1992, Mr. Roundtree formed a new organization called the Scientific Paranormal Investigative Research, Information and Technology, or more commonly known as SPIRIT, and began a long and painstaking process of collecting, building, and focusing a battery of high-tech instrumentation to concentrate on laboratory and field experimentation into the study of paranormal phenomena known as electric voice phenomena. His primary focus with EVP, employing his background of audio engineering and psychoacoustics. In 2005, David successfully linked electromagnetic fields as the primary source of EVPs. He proved it. He continues to gather data to electromagnetic fields that is the cause of the EVP phenomena. He has appeared on as many. Oh, he even mentions me. He's appeared on many. Because of the mutual interest in paranormal, they form Skylands Paranormal. It just goes on. I mean, I'm not even halfway there. It just goes on forever. This guy is considered the nation's, if not the world's, expert on EVP. And here we go.
There were ghosts and spirits and all this stuff, because that's pretty much a folkloric definition of stuff, and I wanted to know what it really was and how to really measure it and catalog it and define it. And so while what I like to call myself is I like to call myself pretty much, I'm not, a skeptic is not the right word, and debunking isn't really the right word either, but I make sure that what I have evidence-wise will pass scrutiny. In other words, I eliminate everything that can be naturally explained as part of the scientific process of compiling the data. So if there's something that is explainable by a natural means, we throw it out because it is data. But,
are you there? Did I lose you guys?
Yeah. No,
okay,
we're all here.
Okay, so David, back before, obviously, technology. I mean, going the dates you gave before, there must have been clearly two major phases to your research. Obviously, the pre-technology era, and then now with the current technology. So let's go back to before the tech, the 70s and 80s, and frankly, the first half of the 90s, really. Did you want this stuff to be real when you first started researching it, and that's what kind of got you hooked into the whole folklore of it?
No, I think I was fascinated more about it than anything else. I really didn't want anything other than to know what it was. I mean, it was more of a morbid curiosity than it was anything else. You know, is it real, really? Are these people just all whacked? I mean, you know, what's really going on here? And, of course, I had some personal experiences that I couldn't explain. For example, having my dead grandfather come to me in a dream and give me information about something that I couldn't find and ended up finding it exactly where he told me it was. And other people in my family having very similar experiences historically, you know, in our family. So I had certain personal experiences that were difficult to explain that I wanted to try to understand as well. So I think curiosity was really the motivating fact behind it. It wasn't like I believed it like in the traditional sense of the word belief. It's like I knew something was going on because I obviously experienced something. What I wanted to know is what it really was. What was it? Just a triggering of my subconscious? Was it something else? I mean, you know, what was it? And that's really kind of what led me into looking at it very seriously and doing a lot of experimentation and research. And from that point on, I mean, even in the early stages of technology, I mean, we were getting EVPs. Of course, they weren't called that then. They were called wrought-out voices back then, named after the famous researcher who worked with Jurgensen. But they were called.
What kind of devices were these? What kind of recordings and devices were these early?
See, I guess what you could say, if you talk about the paranormal, my interest has been in electronic voice phenomena, not in UFO or, and also being able to pick up on people's whatever. Dennis calls it energy. I call it something else. I don't know what to call it. And so this guy actually found me through Yahoo Chat because I was posting EVPs, and he came to me and he said, "Where are you getting these?" I said, "From my house." He said, "From your house?" I said, "From my house." He goes, "Oh my God." And I said, "What does that one sound like?" And he goes, "You don't want to know what I think what it sounds like." And I said, "Is this bullshit?" He goes, "No, I've taken several of them and put them through the process, and they definitely come out, something's there." And so he basically kind of found me. We found each other. So,
EVPs
anyway.
showing up on.
Well, I was using a TIAC A4010S reel-to-reel recorder. Weighed about 70 pounds, very large.
Little half-inch or 1-inch tape.
It was quarter-inch tape, but they were huge reels, and we were recording at full speed, which was 7.5 IPS. I mean, if we would have had a 1-inch tape, like for broadcast quality, or even 3/4 inch, we could have been recording up around 15 inches per second. But we were recording at 7.5 inches per second, which at that time was home entertainment standard.
Sure.
Tape recording. I also had an old Sony mixer that didn't look like any kind of mixer that you see today. It was more of a long black box with a bunch of twirling knobs on it.
Right, the knobs on the front of it instead of the top.
Yeah, and we didn't have any slide faders or any of that stuff back then. And we had
Goes Debbie again.
What was it?
She went back to her page and her player kicked off.
Yeah. We had a couple of Shure microphones, and back then we were still using Shure SM58 microphones, which have been around forever.
Yeah, sure.
They're
good
still a
mics.
great industry. Yeah, great industry standard, and nowadays we've upgraded to the beta versions of those. But I mean, still a great microphone.
Right.
But even back then, we were experimenting with really weird stuff. Like I knew there had to be some kind of connection between electromagnetic fields and EVP back then. And I was using an old military surplus mine detector that we had rewired. Instead of it being an active transponder, it was a passive receiver, so that we were using the detection coil as a big EMF antenna, kind of like a dish, to scan for any kind of stray EMF that was in the environment. And, of course, we captured a lot of very low-frequency EMF using that, and using an oscilloscope to monitor it. And the oscilloscope, of course, was a Tektronix 545B oscilloscope, which weighed about 110 pounds.
For those of you that don't know,
the size of a steamer truck.
It's a huge component that's got a little screen on it with it's like a heart monitor. A heart monitor is very similar to it. It's just got a squiggly line, and you can tune into different frequencies and all that. My dad was the manager of production at Tektronix here in Beaverton, Oregon. Believe it or not.
What the old 545 was, then. It was like the standard for many years.
Yeah.
It was an old tube. It was an old tube oscilloscope. I mean, it didn't even have transistors in it. And this thing weighed, literally, it weighed like 100 pounds, and it was huge. It was the size of a steamer trunk. And we had it in a wheelbarrow so we could move it around because we didn't really have... It was hilarious.
With a wheelbarrow, two wheelbarrows, one with a generator in it and the other one with the oscilloscope in it.
Exactly. In those days, it was hysterical, what you did to do things. I mean, it's like, not only you didn't tell people you were ghost hunting, they thought you were weird just looking at you doing what you were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And we would have to come up with some weird story like, we're recording bird calls, for this nature study. You came up with all kinds of BS lines to explain your idiotic
in the middle of the night.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
But one of the things we did a bell jar experiment in which we took a bell jar, we put a microphone inside of it, hooked it up to a recorder, and then vacated all the air out of the chamber and created a near vacuum, and we still recorded EVP, which told us for sure that it wasn't sound. So we knew we were dealing with some type of electromagnetic field disturbance which was causing the EVP, but we couldn't really get enough evidence to prove it back then. So that was one of those things that kind of went on the shelf until we could get the technology together to finally put definitive proof behind that theory, and which we did in 2004.
For the listeners, what does the EVP stand for?
Electronic voice phenomena. And there's two kinds of phenomena that we encounter in paranormal field and investigating. You have electronic voice phenomena, which is, as indicated, an electronically generated voice that is the result of an emerging electromagnetic field stimulating the voice coil of a microphone. And you don't even need a diaphragm in the mic. You can literally cut the diaphragm out and just use the voice coil, and you can record the EVP perfectly well because
these are from the magnetic fields, not from vibrating air.
Right.
Because when we hear each other talk, we're actually hearing the air vibrate inside of our eardrum. These electronic recordings.
That's right.
Yeah. These are coming on like these electronic voice recordings that they're picking up. They hear them later. They hear them when they listen to the playback.
Yep, that's right. And I wanted to say something else right here, and I forgot what it was. What was I going to say? Oh, I remember when I first had him on the show. He was on the show several times. This is, I think, his third or fourth appearance. I asked him, I said, bottom line. And he said, my research for 33 years has led me to very openly proclaim that my research has discovered that the conscience does go on after death. That's what he said. Dennis, are you there? Dennis? I guess Dennis isn't there. It pains me when I have somebody on the show. I'm better when I don't have anybody because I feel like I'm going hello. But he did say that his research had told, when he not just him alone, but him and other investigators.
Sorry, Debbie, I am here. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's all I was saying. Just that they had discovered that. I mean, it was after it all boiled down to, he believed that it was very safe to say that he had scientific proof that the conscience goes on after death.
Yes. Well, you heard that experiment where that they measure the body weight after a passing of a human body. I believe it loses just over 3 ounces of body mass, and yeah, that's your consciousness. Yeah.
I don't know. I'd never heard that before.
Yeah. Well, no, that's old school.
I'm just one of those.
I'm
just one of those kind of people that are like, I don't know what it is. I just know that I can do it. No, I can't explain it. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it's from or where it comes from. Or, I mean, I have done work with it. Excuse me?
Reading?
No, EVPs.
Oh.
But I know that I have an EMF detector. Victor went and bought a real nice one. And when things get kind of weird at certain times and I feel kind of strange, he will turn on the EMF finder. And you don't put it around you or any electronic devices. One night, we had such a bad experience, and I had such a bad experience in his house that I was huddled in a closet shaking. I was so scared. And Victor said, this has got to end one way or the other. And he went and shut down the electricity from the house. He went into the main, boom. And the entire house went, zoom. Everything, every router, everything was completely just boom. And he turned on that recording device, that ASCAM 47. And that was the night we picked up some of the strangest sounds we've ever heard in our lives. But so there was no way that it could be, picking up a radio frequency or anything like that. These were voices that knew my name, said my name, and were really effing with me, so to speak. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. See, this is when you delve into different aspects, right? You can shut the power down all you want, right? It's not going to make things go away. Right?
Well, that's what we were trying to prove, Dennis, is we were trying to make sure that it wasn't something that was any electricity or something like that. So I couldn't believe he did that. And after that, we went to Denny's to eat. I remember that for some reason. We were trying to debunk it. Victor was trying to, what is going on here?
No, I understand.
Because sometimes I just get these weird feeling. I don't do it anymore because we don't live in that freaking house. But that house, I mean, wow, that's amazing, that house. And I didn't say anything to the people that bought it. And I want so bad to go over there and say, is anything strange happening?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So.
No, it is interesting. Portals and stuff. And like you're mentioning, you say, yeah, Dennis, don't hold back, whatever like that, right? Okay.
I've always said that to you.
Right. So yeah, the old story, right?
What story?
Well, the old story, do unto others that you would have others do unto you, and blah. And it's for sure true, right? And it's like, yeah, you think you're just, hanging out in this 3D physicality, for, whatever, how many decades you're going to live here for, who knows when you're going to get taken out, or who knows how long you're going to last, whatever like that. And yeah, again, it's, it's only a small period of time. And yeah, it's what we do and here, and how we interact with each other. And yeah, sure, we'll have arguments and stuff. And this, Debbie, people kill each other for fucking stupid fucking shit. If when we get through it, right, it's going back to where we were before. Like before we came within this 3D existence. Within this here and now, this time and place that we're sharing. And, we've been, we've hung out before. We're hanging out now, and we'll hang out later. And so, like, a lot of people bring a lot of fucking drama. And it's like, wow. It's like, really? And I just look at this, Debbie, and it's like, what a waste of fucking time.
Let me ask you something, Dennis. Are you watching the chat room while you're talking to me?
Pardon me?
Are you watching the chat room while you're talking to me?
No, I'm not. I don't know what's going on in the chat room.
Okay, because if you try to, you can't get your thoughts straight because you're reading what some people that are saying or whatever. I haven't been over there in a long time. Who is?
I'm just looking at your blonde hair on the Debbie Daily Show.
Okay, I'm just throwing it out there. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Fine. Okay, go ahead.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's just people get. Oh yeah. We can go on and on and on about trolls and about drama queens and about the look at me people, and and then I'm just kind of like a guy that's like, leave me the fuck alone, and do your own fucking shit. Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, you can't tell anybody to leave you alone. The more you say "leave me alone," the harder they come at you. I have a lot of friends that are, I guess, for all practical purposes, trolls that I have found to be some pretty amazing people. I've met some of them. Hold on, somebody's asking me for something. Could you paste your Skype page here to me, Ronald? Okay, Ronald. I am DEBI _DALY. Boink. And Sleep to God also wanted. Sleep to God.
Boink.
Sleep to God is a good friend of mine, and he is probably one of the most. Some of my best friends on the internet are some of the most notorious trolls. So I don't really say trolls. It's just, I think people.
No, it's just
people
a figure
come at you.
speech.
People come at you sometimes, and they don't have the best intentions. And for whatever reason, they feel either intimidated or maybe they just don't like you. They don't like what you're saying, and therefore they proceed to do everything they can to quote unquote destroy you. Either podcasters especially put themselves out there because when you have a live chat, somebody can go in there and really say some pretty nasty stuff and get everybody, all stirred up. But anyway, that's what I was just going to say. So, but I just want to make sure that I don't really have anything bad to say about quote unquote trolls. I don't consider anybody a troll. Let me put it to you this way. I've had people before that have come to me in real life that I have met that have done some pretty rotten things to me on the internet that said, I am so sorry. I can't begin to tell you how sorry I am. And I was intimidated by you. And that's what they've said. And I mean, that's pretty much almost 100% of them have come to me and said, you had something that I didn't have. It all goes back to the easiest way to explain it is in a song, and it goes like this. Take a listen. This is the troll anthem. Take a listen, Dennis.
Mm-hmm.
When you were before, couldn't look you in the eyes. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. You're so very special. But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here.
I don't care if it hurts. I want to have control. Listen.
I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice when I'm not around. You're so very special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Whatever makes you happy, whatever you want. You're so very special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a widow.
you do. You just had fucking stupid parents that made you feel like shit, and your parents need to be shot.
Oh, fuck.
What? Hey, I believe in shooting people. I believe in the old West ways. Just, hey, just headshot, one shot. I'm joking.
One shot, one time. So do you really think that he shot himself in the head, or do you think fucking Courtney had something to do with that shit?
Oh, I'm convinced, just like I'm convinced I'm talking to you right now, that Courtney arranged the murder.
Nah.
Yeah, that wasn't him anyway, sweet cheeks. That was Radiohead called Creep.
Sorry.
No,
Okay,
you're thinking of My Lover Boy in Nirvana. Foo.
Yeah, Nirvana. Yeah. Kurt Cobain.
I believe that the song that Smells Like Teen Spirit is not so much about trolls, but it is about those kids that went to school that were thought of as the freaks. And, oh, God, look at her. She's horrible. Or look at him. And so he did an anthem to them, which is Smells Like Teen Spirit. And, you know, the funny thing about Smells Like Teen Spirit, when Curtis Cobain did it, the video said more, I think, than even the song said, because the video shows I think some of these kids came from, you know, they were victims of pedophilia in their families and stuff like that. They never came to terms with it. They never talked about it. They never, you know, worked it out or whatever. They never worked. You know, I was lucky to have a grandmother that worked through all my problems with me. I wasn't a victim of pedophilia, but my mom just. Anyway, it's nothing to talk about because I believe in honoring my mom and dad, and I will. But it's like, I think some of these kids, and they show in the video, they show a janitor that looks really creepy. You know, the old saying of the janitor that's, come here, kid, you know, let's play hide the zucchini or whatever. And I think that's what, now I don't know, I've never met the guy, but to me, that's how I thought that song, that thing, you know, he says a mulatto, an albino, and then he just says a mosquito, my libido, because he's just throwing something else in there. Because I believe that when people compose words to music lyrics, that some lyrics are just thrown in there just because of the music, because you usually do the music first, like when he says in the song we just listened to, when he says, I forgot what part, but there's parts of it that they just throw something else in there to rhyme, you know. So anyway, so there you go.
Yeah, it's good. I'm not, you know, I do poetry. Yeah, and like you were saying, I'll do the poetry stuff, but yeah, you got to look for shit to fill in every once in a while. But in regard, Debbie, so I was wondering, how are you able to, like, invite guests or like listeners into the room?
Baby,
like,
what are you talking about?
Well, no.
What do you mean?
No, because Paisley was talking about OBEs and astral travel and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so I'm right into that. You know, if she wants to call in, I don't know how she does it or whatever like that.
She calls 214-444-5488. It's very
Well, I have
simple.
no idea.
Well, you should have asked me. Are you watching the chat? I don't watch the chat because I have to try to stay focused and give some sort of
No, I know. It's just rolling. It's just rolling.
To the excuse me?
It's just rolling. The chat is just rolling. I'm not actually reading it.
Yeah. Well, that's fine with me because I stay focused on keeping the podcast going in a forward motion, you know, to where there's something to talk about. And I have to take Fufu outside right now. So
Oh, do you?
I can play a song for 4 minutes and 30 seconds, or you can talk.
Oh, 4 minutes, 30 seconds?
Or we can do David Roundtree more of David Roundtree.
Is David Roundtree 4 minutes, 30 seconds?
Well, as long as it takes me to take Fufu out. Now, last night when I was on the show with Doodoo Head, that I absolutely love. I'd put up a fight for those guys now. I really do. I went out to take the dogs out and ended up taking them for a short walk. I came back. I fed them. I made their dinner, which when I do, I make separate bowls and I put all this different stuff in there and they eat and it's a big deal. And I was gone for like 15 minutes from the show and they were like, where the hell is she? So that will not be what I'm going to do right now. I'm just going to go let Fufu out and come right back. Is that all right?
All right. Okay, Debbie, can you do me one favor, please?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just repeat that number slowly.
The number is 214
214
444
444
54
54
88.
88.
Si,
okay.
senor, si, senor, si, senor. All right, I'll be back in about, give me 5. I'll be right back. Dennis, go on mute. Please mute.
Yes, I will mute right now. Mute.
You haven't muted.
I am muting it right now. Mute.
Dennis.
Come back here. Mute.
This is Debbie. Okay, he muted.
They might not even hear it in real life. They hear it. They appear on the recordings.
Yeah. In fact, they don't hear it at all. It is a product of the stimulation of the voice coil of the microphone, and in some cases with tape recorders, direct imprint onto the tape medium by exciting the ferrite molecules on the tape. We've literally seen a tape being left in a room, and the tape had EMF or EVP on it without even being run through a machine.
Wow.
Like the EVP was ingrained on it by the EMF fluctuating on the field in an area. Now, it was terrible quality, but there was no reason in the world for that to be on the tape. In other words, there was nothing that could have generated it. It was a blank tape, still in the box, still sealed, pulled it out, put it into the machine, turned on the machine to test it, and there was a voice on it. Now, the trick is, and what we said is, hey, somebody, at the factory at BSAF, is playing a trick on us, and they put the voice on there, and that's what it was. And so we never really claimed it as evidence, but I believe to this day that was an EVP, just from the nature of what it sounded like and the content of it and stuff. So, But we couldn't prove it. Again, can't prove it. So it was something that was discovered without proper control.
Back then, that stuff was a lot more scary than it is now. I mean, nowadays it's commonplace. I think that the average person expects there to be spirits or ghosts or whatever, and we've been kind of desensitized. I would imagine if it happens in a dark, creepy building or whatever in the middle of a kegger or something, I mean, I would imagine kids would still get freaked out. But back then, I mean, that was like some skin-crawling stuff that would go down.
Oh, yeah, and it's funny because I've seen the popularity of this rise and fall several times over the years. I mean, and it all had to do with media. It had to do with TV shows that were associated with. I mean, if you remember, there was a show in the late 70s called In Search Of that came out.
Sure.
And there was a great surge in interest in the paranormal when that show came out. And because of that, it opened a few doors and made some things a lot easier for a time period. And then it kind of all went away again. And then in the middle 80s, there was a resurgence of these shows like, Deborah Harry was on it one time, like Creep Show one, and some of these movies and stuff that came out. So there was another resurgence of like interest into the paranormal for a while. And then there was the whole New Age movement that came out of that.
When the comedies, too, with Ghostbusters.
Oh, yeah. Ghostbusters and all that stuff started coming out. So there was a whole new level again. And then it died down again. And then, of course, after 2001, it started all up again with the current genre of
the reality shows.
Yeah, and this time it's kind of been a much bigger phenomena, and it's opened up a lot more doors for serious research, although a lot of people now have some incorrect preconceived notions about what goes on in the field as far as research goes. And I try to explain to people that there's a difference between ghost hunters and paranormal researchers.
Right.
And, it's a lot of ghost hunters are like, they're hobby people. They're like people that are weekend warriors. They've watched some shows on TV. They've done some reading. They've purchased some gear. And they're kind of going through the motions of what they see on TV and what they've, been exposed to. And that's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But it isn't advancing the field at all.
It's not as scientific as it is just buying the gear and going out and hunting for something that you've already predetermined is there. As a scientist and a researcher, you have to go in both with a skeptic mind and a hopeful mind, and balance out the reality of what your findings are. Not going in and going after with a predetermined solution.
No, and you also have to have a plan of an experimental basis to run experiments to try to either duplicate effects, to intensify effects, to block effects, to see if there's any way that you can manipulate them using artificial means and other things. I mean, you have to have a whole regiment of things in a scientific environment in order to put everything into perspective. You go in with your hypothesis, you design some experiments based on an observation you've made, and then you run out these experiments, and then you analyze the data. And then your hypothesis may change based on the data. And then after a period of time, your hypothesis generally starts to develop into, after you get a certain amount of evidence, a theory. And then it's a matter of trying to prove the theory, which opens up a whole new series of experiments. So, yeah, it's a whole ongoing process that is constantly being modified and intensified and changed. And out of that, eventually a theory emerges, and eventually the theory will become a law when enough people duplicate the evidence.
Wow. What a trip.
So someone contacts a long, strange trip.
Yeah. Someone contacts you and says, I have a ghost named Edith in my house, I think. And I always use Edith as a name. It's an inside joke. My listeners will get it. But they say that we have a ghost named Edith in the house, and we want you to come out and research. Talk us through the whole interview and setup process as far as what you do. You come in with your gear and how you, and then your post-production stuff and looking back on and researching your findings and all that, and how long it takes and all that.
Well, we used to do initial calls for investigations, but we don't do a whole lot of that anymore because most of what we do now is referrals from other groups. Because what happens is groups will call us in because we have such a higher level of technology in our inventory that they'll call us in to assist on a case. So we're already going into a place we know is active because other groups have established that fact before we got there.
Okay.
But even when we did things cold entry investigations, we would initially we would do an initial investigation, is what I called it. But it was an initial contact interview. We did a photographic survey of the house. We made note of all the places where there were activity, and we particularly spent a lot of time photographing those areas to get control photographs. We would tape record the interviews with the witnesses and with the clients. And we would get as much information as we could about what was going on in the house. Then we would go back to the lab. We would handpick a team to go out and do the actual research.
I'm back. I'm back. Denicio. No? Not here? I did stop and get a glass of chocolate milk. I'm addicted to chocolate milk. Well, it seems Dennis has flown the coop. So we'll listen to a song while I check the chat room and see what's going on. And we'll be right back.
Bring
Willie, did you see the picture that I made of you today, sweetheart? I made a picture of Willie, and I'm going to show it to you on Imager right now. Oh, he's going to get so mad. He's going to rage. I'm very proud of this.
Debbie, I don't see none of your pictures.
Willie, you're going to kill me. I'm not showing you any of my screen right now, precious. Hold on. Here we come with the picture I made of Willie. He's going to rage. Yes, Chuck Berry. Aw, Chuck Berry. There's a picture I've made of Willie. Boo. Look at the penguin.
I was wondering, Debbie. Sorry.
Did you click it?
No, I don't. No, I'm on Skype and I don't see any of your screen sharings.
I know, I'm not sharing my screen right now. Did the lady call in? Why do I want to call her Sophia?
I don't know.
Look at Willie. Did he say it? Did he say anything mean yet? Is there a Twitter note? Yes, it is.
All right. No, I'd like to talk to Paisley.
Really? Well, Paige, give us a ring-a-ding-o, girl. We're right here.
Yeah, I know. She seems interesting.
Now, look, I offered Din Din to take over the show while I was gone. And he said no.
No, you put on the song. So now the song is over. And yeah.
Does it look like you, Willie? That's what I think you look like, barbecuing a penguin. I have a Twitter account. Yeah, I have so many fake Debbies, all the trolls got it. So I am the real Debbie Daily. That's my Twitter account. So yeah. Bump in the Night. That's a cute name. I love little people that do those.
Yeah.
I love those. Excuse me?
In your hair.
Say it one more time. Dennis, I believe I lost you.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. What did you say about my hair?
No, you said you're going to show it. You're going to show your new hair.
I love this sock account.
Fuck.
Look how cute it is. Bump in the Night. Oh my God, that's cute. Hello. What was I going to say, Dennis? You are so talkative, Dennis.
Saying about something about your sock account.
No, I don't have a sock account. I was talking about Bump in the Night. It's a cute sock account. The cutest sock account on Spreaker is called Infotaint. Have you ever seen Infotaint? It's
not myself.
Adorable. It was a sock account made by somebody to counteract. Oh, where's Infotaint? Where's your little tiny angel face? Infotaint. It was so. Do y'all remember that sock account, Infotaint? It's a little smiley face. It's a little sad little. It's the cutest thing you've ever seen in your life. And I don't know who it is, but somebody signs into it sometimes. And then I like the real me, the dick in the face picture of me. The real me. It's called the real. It's funny. I can't find Infotaint. Infotaint is on here somewhere. I don't know where their account is. You know, Spreaker has been getting rid of thousands and thousands, according to my contact up there, of sock accounts. Which is probably why my followers have dropped 1,000 over the last month. Dennis, you are just all worried. What? Say something. It's hard to have somebody on the show that never talks.
Oh, no. Well, I wanted to talk about, like multidimensional planes and astral travel and out-of-body experience and stuff like that, and your dream time, and like the kind of like stuff like I like to talk about. But like in then there's politics and
I know all that, but I'm just saying. at least
All right.
talk
Well,
to me.
I'll judge, right? Like,
What?
I don't know where you want to go. I can go fucking 1,000 different ways, right? We could talk about the tectonic plates and the fucking the Pacific Ring of Fire. We could talk about Nibiru and Planet X. We can. Where do you want to go? EVPs. That's good. I like EVPs. We could talk about crystal palaces. We could talk about crystal skulls. Where do you want to go, Deb?
Oh, nothing. I was just reading something on Twitter. I got lost on Twitter for a second.
All right,
it's okay. It's my show. I'll lead it, Angel. It's okay. You don't have to get all bajiggity on me and all bajiggity.
No, I'm not.
You're getting bajiggity.
No.
Bajiggity, 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 bajiggity.
Wherever you want to go. And I'm
See,
there.
I'm multi-dimensional, I guess you could say. Cheers. I can be paranormally taught, but I'm not the kind of person that just sticks on one thing. I can do anything. I can go from talking about paranormal stuff to just laughing about the latest Saturday Night Live skit. Oh, that reminds me. I have something so funny I want y'all to hear. This is so funny. I have a new favorite person named Leslie Jones. She's on Saturday Night Live. Victor knows what I'm going to show you. And she's like one of those extra reporters, I guess. This is Leslie Jones on Weekend Update talking about being hacked. I think this woman is hysterical.
Of hacked emails by WikiLeaks has made cybersecurity a prominent issue in this election. Here to comment on this is our own Leslie Jones.
Thank you, Colin. Great to be here.
It is great to have you, Leslie. Now, what do you think of all these email hacks?
Well, Colin, I was recently hacked myself.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, all they did was release some nude pics of me, which is nothing because I don't know if y'all know this about me, but I ain't shy.
Yeah, I actually noticed that. Yeah.
Of course you notice honey bunches of Jost. I am very comfortable with who I am. I am an open book. I keep my porn in a folder labeled porn. If you want to see Leslie Jones naked, just ask.
Welcome to the call, Darren. What's on your mind, Buttercup Love?
Paisley's trying to call your Skype.
Oh,
she said there's a million Debbie Daly.
No, she has to call the number. It's 214-4445.
She can't call that because she's in Canada and she has no long distance.
Oh, okay. Then I'm Debbie_Daly.
There you go.
Didn't you tell her that, Dennis?
Well, no, I just gave her the number, but if she's calling from Canada, she can call my number, but I don't know how to do a conference call.
It's okay. She can call me on Skype, Angel. It's Debbie. You know my Skype, sweetie. It's Debbie.
It's a small D and a small.
Yeah, everything's always. I never capitalize
with
anything.
an underscore. There you go.
In between Debbie and Daly. I can put it in my chat room on Skype. I can't find Infotaine. I'm so sad. Infotaine's the cutest little sock account.
See, keep talking about the sock. What the fuck is the sock?
I understand what it is, but how does it come with the that name? How did that? Why is it called a sock?
I'm enough of a troll that I think that certain sock accounts are cute. Like the one in there called Bump in the Night. Nobody knows who that is. So it's just cute to listen to him. I will fly to Paisley to take a look, Willie. I will let you know. No, it ends in a Y. Ophidian. Stop deleting your chats, you weirdo.
Ophidian is Erik, the one you gave the reading last night.
Excuse me? That's
Erik?
Really?
Debbie.
Dennis?
Yeah. What cards do you use? What divination do you use?
I have a BMW and a Volkswagen Jetta. Did you say what car do I use?
Cards.
Rider weight. Rider weight. Rider weight. Rider weight. Rider weight. Rider weight.
Rider weight? Yeah.
Yeah, I know those like the back of my hand. Oh, wow, look at that on my hand.
Yeah, how long have you had them for?
I got them from Annette in something like maybe 2001, 2002, something like that.
And you got them from Annette?
Yeah, why?
No, it's just that's interesting. How long did she own them before she gave them patent?
She bought them at a place and gave them to me brand new.
Yeah, Brittany? Nice.
Yeah, she's my best friend in real life.
Oh, in real life?
No, in my
Who's
fake
your
life.
best friend in your fake life?
Mr. Midnight Movie.
That was a joke. But yeah.
Darren.
Hi, Dennis.
Oh, there you are. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey,
I thought you said hi, Debbie.
Hey, how are you?
You sound so good. Oh, my God. Did I?
I am good.
I know you're good. I can tell by your picture that you're good, you sweet thing. You. Hey, listen. Was I with you on the anonymous phone call, the anonymous show that we did that time, me and Dennis with the people? No, that wasn't you.
No, it wasn't me.
You're from Dave Scott's world, correct? Or
I am.
Now, what do you...
The weekend show. 2 mediums and a large.
Help me help you. No, I'm joking. Tell us about you. What is it about? I mean, tell us what you do. How are you connected to this crazy paranormal world?
Oh my gosh, I do so many things. So I am a psychic reader, and I do numerology and psychometry. Those are my specialties. And I do tarot, and I teach metaphysics. And I'm on the Canadian Paranormal Society team. So they just invited me in the fall to go on their investigations because they don't want everybody poking the ghosts and then running away. They want the spirits to be removed. So I invite them to get the hell out.
Now, do you believe or study or buy into the theory of helping a spirit cross over?
I just want them to leave because usually they're causing a nuisance or scaring children or not letting the people at the movie studio get their work done, that kind of thing.
You have
Yeah,
no
don't you feel-
idea. It's horrible sometimes. I've saged my daughter's house 3 times. Go ahead, Dennis. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hi, Paisley. Wonderful to
Hi,
meet you.
Dennis.
Hi,
You
hi,
too.
Paisley. Yeah,
Oh.
you as well. Don't you feel as though that when they cross and they're still kind of like stuck here, quote unquote, is where that they still have like unfinished business, right?
Sometimes, yep.
I want to ask you,
Yeah.
when you say cross, let's pretend that somebody on the call here. I've never bought into that theory. I'm going to be honest with you. Now, I respect anybody's theories, and I'm willing to listen. But cross over to where? Because I believe that the Bible says, "I go to prepare a place for you, and where I go, my Father's house has many rooms. I will come back for you." I don't believe He's come back, and I believe until then we're just all kind of just hanging around,
in limbo,
so to speak. I mean,
Yeah, some people call it purgatory. Yeah.
Well, some of the clients, they don't want the spirits to be removed. They just want to have some kind of communication, and any kind of evidential information they can have on video or cameras or all that fancy tech
Now,
equipment
you
that I
say-
don't know anything about.
You say you're a member of the Canadian Paranormal Society? Is that correct?
TCPS.
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
interested in that. But
Have
go
you
ahead,
ever
please.
heard of David Roundtree, of which I was playing earlier? Were you listening to that, or?
I was listening to your whole show.
Oh, what did you think about him?
He was interesting. The whole show's been interesting. It's been really fun.
I was just trying to introduce myself to you because I knew I had met you through Dave's show, and I wanted to kind of let you know sort of where I'm coming from as far as the I've got my fingers at the paranormal genre goes. I'm from way back, and I just let it go for so many years on the show. It's not that I don't have it anymore. It's just that I can go either way. I can be crazy and laugh with Curtis and Wolfman, or I can do anything. I'm just pretty much a chameleon when it comes to that. You know what I'm saying? I love everybody.
It's fun, isn't it?
It is fun. I love everybody.
Awesome.
Now, what do you do? Tell us about your most, I want to hear an experience that you had. Do you go to people's houses? Is that right?
Well, I do. I studied Feng Shui, so I'm certified to go into people's houses and explain to them how to rearrange things to create harmony.
Isn't it true you can't have anything under your bed?
Well, here's the thing. It's better to... Feng Shui is the combination of balancing wind and water. So it creates flow in a house. So for example, a house that's really, really cluttered, the energy flow, if you put a fan on, just picture the flow of the wind. The energy flow in a crowded house The wind isn't going anywhere.
Ugh, I'm a freak about my house. My house is like, it looks like a show home 24 hours a day. When I get off the couch,
feng shui.
I rearrange my pillows that I've been sitting on. I'll turn around and go puff, puff, puff. I'm a freak about it. Candles burning everywhere, white candles, and I'm just a freak. It's not. I'm not bragging. It's a disease. It's something I hate it.
You don't have OCD, OC, whatever that is, do you? ADHD or whatever?
No, I don't have OCD. Are you kidding? If I did, I wouldn't be on this.
No,
I just like
good fashion sense.
I like a clean house. I like a really pretty clean house that's decorated nice. I can't stand.
With Debbie.
What?
I'm just kidding with you, Debbie.
Well, I was just answering your question.
Mm.
I mean, OCD. I do know somebody very close to me that has OCD. That Victor's a little bit OCD, but he can't. It's like when he goes to the store, he won't buy 1 6-pack of Cokes. He'll buy 43 of them. You know, when he's a mess pot. But you know, you gotta love Vic, right? Unless you're willing.
Does he stack them neatly in the garage?
No, I don't know what it is, but I'm the kind of person that I have to have. Do you know what I'm talking about, Paisley? Do you have to have like your desk? All the pencils will be like facing. I'm constantly straightening up everything and cleaning, and I'm about it.
I like to be organized. I do not like to have to look for anything.
I know it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think we all got it.
No, I don't think you do. I've seen where you live.
ADHD.
No. I hear something. I hear something tapping, like that.
Not myself.
I was just wondering. I have these bionic earphones, but no, I was a penguin once. Says Bump in the Night. So what else y'all want to talk about? Y'all talk. I'm just going to go on mute and listen to y'all talk.
No,
Okay.
I would like to ask Paisley because I'm really feeling picking up your energy and stuff. You do the what do you call it? Where do you pick up objects? And
Psychometry. Mm-hmm.
Psychometry, yeah, that's the word. Thank you. Psychometry, right? So yeah, that comes automatic. So you work with a lot of crystals too, as well.
No, not too much with crystals. Normally, when people come to see me for a reading, they just hand me their keys or their jewelry, their watch, a photograph in a sealed envelope, something like that. And I just get information from it right away.
So was there a lead up in regards to the way that you were able to read, like in regards to psychometry? I don't know how to...
You mean about my training or?
Yeah, just like to lead up on that, yeah.
So when I was 3, I was telling my mom things that would happen in my 20s, and so she freaked out quite badly, and I wasn't allowed to talk like that in my house. She told me this story when I was... What's that?
What was she freaking out about, though? Yeah. But you were in your 20s at this time, right?
No, I was 3 years old.
Oh, 3,
and
okay.
I was telling her what would take place when I was in my 20s.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
So she was a little bit freaked out because she didn't know how to support me through the information.
Right.
So I moved 3,000 miles away from my family and came out west, and I took some courses first I volunteered at a metaphysical school to do administration for them in exchange for metaphysical classes.
Nice.
And the very first introductory class I had to psychometry, the teacher gave us...
I have to know what that tapping is. Is somebody fapping? Did y'all hear the tap, 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 tap,
It
tap?
sounds like a printer.
What is that?
Paisley,
I have
is
no
that
idea.
you?
It sounds like somebody's cutting up some
It's
stuff.
not me.
I'm on mute, so it's not me.
I don't
Paisley,
think
you gotta
it's me.
No, that means it's you.
It's very quiet here. Dennis, what are you doing?
I hear like a...
It's not me. I hear. It sounds like a printer.
Hey, I'm absolutely stoically stone cold.
Okay,
that's weird.
It was just making me crazy. Go ahead.
No,
So
sorry.
we don't know who.
The very first time I did psychometry, the lady gave me like an old woman's like stick pin that people used to wear on their lapel. And she told us to write down 10 things. And I thought, oh, this is stupid. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. What are we doing? So I just wrote some stuff down. I wrote down 10 things, and 8 of them were correct. The
How old
correct
were you
spelling
then?
of the. I was in my 20s.
Okay, nice.
Were you fulfilling the prophecy that you made when you were 3?
Well, when I was 3, I told my mom that when I turned 21, I'm going to die. And my mom told me this story when I was 26, and I almost fell off my chair because I had attempted suicide when I was 21, and she didn't know and still doesn't know about that, unless she's listening tonight.
Wow.
Sharing.
That's kind of a heavy thing
All
to
right,
share.
what was that? What was that
whatever.
noise? What was that noise? What was that noise?
Well,
right
thank
there.
you.
I heard it. Did y'all hear it?
I did. And it's not me, I swear.
I'm on mute like this. Anything I'm saying. So this is crazy. I love this.
It is very strange.
Things that go bump in the night.
Yes, it maybe
It
it's
almost
that.
sounds like Morse code.
It does. It's like tick, 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 tick. Anyway,
It's something I've never heard on the show
I'm
before.
going to bring Ophidian onto the call. His name is Erik. He's got the greatest voice. Just throwing it out there. Just saying. No big deal. Anyway.
Maybe that noise is my heartbeat.
It might be. It could be.
It's the energy.
It's bizarre. That's for sure.
I'm not hearing it, so maybe it's me.
Not now. I don't hear it now.
No,
thought
we all
maybe-
hear it.
Hi, Erik.
I don't
heard
hear it.
Did Erik pick up? Maybe I called him too quick.
So Paisley, how'd you follow up after that? What'd you do?
Well, as soon as I did that, as soon as I got 8 out of 10 things correct from
Yes.
holding some old woman's jewelry, I thought to myself, "Oh my God,
I'm
this
here.
is what I'm going to do for
Hi,
my
Erik.
life. This is
Can
my
you hear me?
passion. This is what I'm going to
We
do." We
can.
can hear you.
We hear you, sweetie.
Okay, I'll just hang out and listen for a while.
He's got the
He
greatest
does have a
voice.
nice
Doesn't his
voice. Hi,
voice just
Erik.
make some chills down your spine or something about his voice?
Oh, God. I'm in trouble.
I'm so into voices. Kurt's got a voice that should be bottled and sold in Paris, France.
Mine's like Mickey Mouse.
You do have a Mickey Mouse voice, Angel, but it's okay. You're a big old
Kurt needs an
boy.
agent.
Oh, my God. Kurt is... What is it? What is it, Hank?
All right.
I'm up here. Hank's sitting in my lap. What are you doing, buddy? This gigantic vanilla lab is up here. Hank.
We can hear
Paisley?
metal dog tags. Yes.
Debbie.
Can you
Yeah,
tell us
Debbie,
what?
when
Too many
sorry, when
people.
Paisley was sharing with us her experience in regards to communication, right? Like would you call it mediumship? Paisley?
No, not exactly. To me,
Right.
mediumship is more connecting with someone's ancestors, but I feel like I just receive information from, I would say, spirit.
Right. So would it be the higher dimensional energies, not necessarily the ones that just recently passed or whatnot?
I don't know. I just know it's information that I see and I hear and I feel and I smell and I receive.
Right.
I get a lot of medical intuition.
Oh, do you?
Hmm. And I have to translate that into emotional information.
Mm-hmm. So you've been like trying to
Hank?
deal with that for like
Hank,
30 years
look at
or
the
so.
camera. Can y'all see Hank?
Oh, I'm not going to tell you how old I am.
No, I'm not asking you how old you are.
Hank, if I let go of Hank, he's going to fall off. Don't fall. Don't fall, Hank. Can y'all see Hank?
We can see him.
Okay, sorry, bye.
Anyway, no. I was never asking. No, that was the point. Okay, put it this way. All right. Paisley, I've been around. This is not my first time around the block, right? and so I'm sure it's not yours
Doggy kiss.
or others around. But yeah. But it's nice to hear from someone that's yourself. Darren is an up-and-comer.
Darren is a professional interviewer. Hello, baby.
Yeah.
Darren
I like
can
to
ask-
ask questions.
You are the question-asking man. You are definitely the question-asking.
All right, so I'll drop it. Paisley. Thank you.
Dennis, you're so weird. You're so touchy.
Right. No, nothing. I like Paisley's energy. You know, she's awesomeness.
You're connecting with her. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
That's good. That's very good.
Paisley, can you give Dennis a reading?
Darren, you're so
Are you too exhausted?
I'm not too exhausted, but Dennis isn't ready for a reading right now.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, is it okay? Debbie, is it okay
handle
if we get another reading?
Oh, I thought I was on mute. Did y'all hear all the dogs talking and stuff? I'm sorry. I'm talking.
No, we didn't hear them.
This is a stray. Hank is a stray that I adopted.
Hello, Hank.
He's Hank the cow dog. Do y'all remember Hank the cow dog in the book series, Hank the cow dog? Anyway,
nope.
Never mind.
Ronald has a question in the chat room. He wants to know, how were the 8 items correct, Paisley?
That's what I wanted to ask too.
Yeah. I was so involved in that story, and then y'all just quit talking about it.
So I was holding a woman's jewelry, and the woman had passed away, and it belonged to the teacher's aunt. And I saw what she was wearing, and I saw the style that she did her hair, and I had the correct spelling of a very unique name that nobody spells their name that way. I wrote that down. I wrote down a year, which was significant. She could confirm that made sense about her aunt. I forget what the 8 things were. It was many years ago, but whatever it was I wrote down, she was like, yes, 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 yes. And 2 things were incorrect and 8 were correct. And I thought, hey, I'm going to do this. This is amazing. It was my first time.
Were you shocked as much as your teacher?
I was shocked more than my teacher. Some people had 2 things correct out of 10.
Yeah.
In the class, because it was our first time ever trying it.
And did you continue with that kind of success? That kind of percentage, or was that a little higher than normal?
No, that's what I do now.
Wow. And what other things did you learn besides reading objects?
Well, right now I'm teaching tea leaf reading, crystal ball reading, psychometry, chakras, so many things. Scrying, dowsing, scrying with water, candle magic. I teach between 24 and 36 topics a year right now. Just a little bit of information about each topic.
How did you learn all those things? How long did you have to go to school?
Well, I went to this metaphysical school, and it was a small school. When I started there, it had, I think, 8 or 10 teachers working there, like psychics. And I worked there for about 3.5 years, volunteering my time to do administration. And by the time I left there was 32 readers that were teaching at the school. So I just traded my hours that I worked for classes. So I learned about dream interpretation and smudging and all different kinds of things.
Have you ever learned about something that you ended up thinking was hogwash?
Not off the top of my head. I thought numerology was hogwash, to be honest, because I personally am dyslexic with my numbers. And so when this man met me, he asked me my name and my birthday. And I thought, oh my God, this man phoned my mom. Like, how does he know this shit?
Right.
It was amazing. And that led me to change my name to Paisley because my birth name and my birthday were imbalanced. And I'll give you an example. So I'm clean and sober. And so when I was 10 years clean and sober, I had a reading with this man for numerology. And he looked at my name and he looked at my birthday and he said, I just want you to know if you choose to keep this birth name and use it, you will struggle with addictive behavior for the rest of your life.
And so you changed?
Yeah, so I changed my name. It took me 2.5 years to choose the name Paisley, but finally I did.
It's a great name.
It is.
Sounds like somebody's chopping cocaine. That's what it is. It does.
Well, I can assure you it's not me.
I'm sorry.
So how many years of school did you do? Are you constantly in school and teaching?
I feel like I'm always learning from other people. And I have guest speakers that come to my class. And thank you, Willie, for that message. I have guest speakers that come
Uh-oh.
to my class, and they teach me things. Like, I feel like everybody's my peer, you know, like everybody is my teacher.
Yeah.
We are teachers and students at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how long have you been doing the gig on Dave's show? Every other Sunday?
7 or 9 months.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a great show.
It's fun. It's really fun.
Yeah, it's fun to listen to.
You just never know what you're going to get.
Yep.
Because it's live.
Yeah. Any chance you could read Erik? Is he
Yes.
prepared?
Erik's
I'm here.
prepared.
I'm
Eric,
ready to read.
is this your
Go
birth
ahead.
name spelt with a K?
Yes.
And what's your date of birth?
Oh, wow. Can we skip that part and go to another question?
No.
Can I just be a Sagittarius?
Put it in the Skype. Put it in the
somewhere?
Skype.
Okay,
This is how she does
Put it in the Skype chat and then delete it. Put it in the Skype chat and
Put
then
it in
delete.
the Skype chat.
delete
She
the
doesn't need
message.
All right. Thank you.
She doesn't need the year either, right?
Don't be a baby, man.
Okay, how's that? Does that work?
Did you put it in Skype?
12:15. How does that? Is that enough?
Yeah, 12:15, 56, 66, 46, 36. I don't care.
Okay, so Erik,
Yes.
I don't know you. You've never talked to me before today.
Correct.
I like your last name.
How do you know my last name, by the way?
Because I can see it here on Skype.
Really? Oh, cool. Right on. I
And
didn't know that. I thought I was incognito.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not.
Well, there's no picture, but I can see your last name there. So when I look at your birthday and your name with Erik with a K, I would say that you're a very sensitive soul. You're an empath. You should be very creative and artistic, and you like music and food and textures and trees and fish and animals and plants and sports. And you might work with your hands doing something with metal or wood, or in the entertainment industry or art industry, or you are a healer.
Well, you got most of it right. I worked with vinyl.
With vinyl?
Yeah, bounce. You guys know what a bounce house is? Is anybody familiar with those?
Oh my
Yes.
God, I love bounce houses. Anyway.
Yeah, I have a bounce house business. We do water
Really?
slides. You
No,
guys wanna have a
you
party?
don't. Oh my God, we had one recently for a child's birthday, and we all ended up just doing it. We kept it. I called them and said we're going to keep it all overnight, and we were drinking. I mean, it was just really fun. It was one of those real tall ones where it had the slide, and it was crazy. We ended up throwing the dogs down and stuff. It was fun. I like bounce houses.
Yeah, they're hard. It's a hard job, but the one good thing about it is you can't. They're not building robots to roll those things up yet, so I'm safe for now.
I know, that's the hard part. And do people break them? They're like, "Oh, we're sorry."
A couple times, yeah.
Idiots. Keep
They
going
always-
with
they
the
always
reading.
lie. They
I
always
don't want
come up with some
to. I don't want to
stupid lie.
interrupt her reading, but yeah. Anyway, sorry.
No, that's fine.
You were nailing it though. Everything you were saying,
That's without knowing the year that you're born, and that's without knowing, like, when I do numerology, I take the number of the month and the number of the day and the number of the year, and then I add them all. Sure.
All right, it's 62.
Okay. Oh my gosh, this is so great. Okay, so it's wonderful. This is a really rare birthday because when I do the numbers, numerology is based on numbers 1 through 9. And the way that I was taught is that there's numbers that are water numbers, fire numbers, and air numbers. So Erik, your name is air, your month is air, your day is air, your year is air, and when I add all the numbers together, it's air, which is very rare. I've only ever done 2 readings before with someone who's all air. So it's like super creative, super sensitive. You help other people too much.
Oh God, you nailed that one.
You help people like with emotional healing. You help people with money. You help feed people. You just help people too much.
Like I sometimes choose the wrong people to help, but I don't regret it. I just learn That's all.
What happens is that people that need healing will be very drawn to your energy, and they don't know what it is about you that you have that they lack, but they'll be really drawn to you. And so people around you may present themselves, if this makes sense, kind of as vampires.
Oh my God. You are so on. I just want everybody. Oh God, I was tweeting about that last week. Because I have to interrupt you. I apologize, but I read this book a long time ago that really helped awaken me. It was called Emotional Vampires, and it was about people that basically that'll suck the life out of you. And for the longest time, I was coming across these people that I would get involved with, and I would get so drained by them. And so then I came across this book, and I realized what I was doing is I was.
Are you still there, Erik?
He'll be back.
We didn't lose him.
Let's
give him a second.
Well, good night, Bump in the Night. Oh, that silly picture I put in there. I'm going to make another picture really too. Well, I hope Erik comes back. Erik, come back. Where'd you go?
He will. He'll come back. I think he hung up and he's going to come back or else.
I don't think he hung up.
All right, Paisley. Okay, Paisley.
Yes, Dennis.
Yeah, sure. Try me then.
I'll try you later, Dennis.
All right.
When you're ready for a reading.
Yeah, fair. I'm ready anytime. But
dogs. Why would you
I
say?
think I know what she's trying to say, Dennis. I think she thinks you might be a little intoxicated. Maybe. Have you been drinking, or
are
you sober?
I'm back. I don't know what happened. It just dropped off right when we were talking about the vampires.
Perfect. So did the book tell you about boundaries and self-care and that kind of thing?
It did, and
and you have not practiced it enough, have you?
You're right. I'll tell you what it is. I'm not afraid. I'm an open book. Darren knows me. Wolfman knows me. I'm not afraid to say, I'm not perfect. So, but I always think, if let's say I meet somebody where it doesn't matter, man, woman, friend, romance, whatever. I always think that somehow I'm going to be able to have an effect on them that's going to help them kind of get over the hump. But sometimes those humps are such that the other person has to be willing to help get up over on the hump. You can't just pull people up over the hump. They got to be wanting to come up over the hump.
Absolutely. And you would be attracting people that want to stay at the bottom of the well.
Yes, true.
Mm-hmm. So you need to either meet up with someone that's like you and surround yourself with those type of people, or have super strong boundaries and have your new favorite. You have two favorite sayings. One is no. And
how boring!
The other one,
come on now.
The other one is that's not going to work for me.
Oh shit! Oh god, that eliminates like 99% of the people, right?
That's okay. Not everybody is at the bottom of the well, so
we should have a 12-step program, Vampires Anonymous or something.
You can say it. That's not going to work for me.
That's not going to work for me.
I think you've said that to me before.
I don't think so, but
I say it all the time.
Yeah. Well, yeah, people that are kind of mature, or at least moving in the right direction, they'll respect that. But then some people, for whatever reason, the vampires, they just kind of just graze right over that and just keep manipulating. So it's like,
no, because if you're giving away free fish, why wouldn't they line up for it? They don't want to build a fishing rod or learn how to, tie a fly, or they just want to line up for free fish. If you're not going to teach them to fish, they're going to keep showing up at your house every day.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's, yeah, you nailed it. You're good. Anything else? Can you tell me about my future? Can we go into that area maybe?
I can tell you, let me ask you a question. I'm not trying to fish for information, but it's an interesting question. Do you do any cardio activity?
I do lift and roll up the bounce houses. That takes about 15 minutes, so that's hard work, but I want to start doing more cardio. I'm in good shape, but I want to get in better shape as far as cardio goes.
If you do more cardio, your life will change in every area. It's not to do with fitness or losing weight or anything like that. It's to do with boundaries and setting foundations and stuff like that.
That's excellent. I stopped by this gym down the street a few weeks ago, and I've been thinking about it every day. I just want to go in there and get on the elliptical machine, or even go swimming. I used to do cardio all the time. I was an athlete for many years, so I'm still in good shape, but I just don't do. I think you're exactly right, though. I know I felt so much better when my cardio was really strong. So, and well, I did
forget about feeling better, though. Let me ask you this: did you have stronger boundaries when you were doing cardio?
I was younger. I don't think so. I have a lot of duality, so it's kind of hard. But I'm getting better. I'm improving. You know what I mean?
Just gonna do the numbers on your last name too. 6 and 6. Oh my gosh, your last name's Air, and when I add your first name and your last name together, it's Air. Oh my gosh, this is very unusual. It's awesome though. It's good that you go with Erik.
Is it hot air?
I think Erik is very in tune. I think he's very aware of what's going on. I knew it. I knew you were a big guy, Erik. I could just feel it. And I think that he's accepting of things, and that's what makes him connect so easy, because I'm connected to him right now too for some reason. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, Debbie, I'm not flirting with you, but I kind of have a crush on you. But don't trip out, please.
No,
you might make Dennis jealous.
But you probably have a relationship, and I'm not trying to swoop in on you. I like your vibe. That's all. That's why.
Well, I just broke up with Joe Seeker in Canada. He hates me. No, he doesn't hate me anymore. Joe loves me.
No, but Debbie, I'm first in line though.
Now you have to understand that anytime I talk, Dennis always goes, Debbie. It's just a thing he does. But I want to ask you something. Dennis knows I love him, but I give Dennis 3 kinds of shit, which he needs. Anyway, listen to this. I want to ask you something. You have a lot of integrity. You have a hard time doing anything in life because I just can't do that. I just can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. You say to yourself a lot. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? You have a lot of integrity.
I do have integrity, but I'm tremendously optimistic. I kind of think I could do just about anything.
Well, that's
not sounding egotistical. I'm just saying.
You will not go against your principles, is what I'm saying.
No, you're exactly right.
Okay, you're the kind of guy. Sonny's like that. Sonny's the kind of guy that's just like, I mean, he's well, I know Sonny really well, but I get a lot of that from people that are former military, things along those lines. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my dad was military. He was a private investigator. I never did military, and I have no affiliation with any kind of 3-letter government agencies of any sort. None of that kind of stuff. Just for the record, just so it's on the record. Anyway, you
have a big appreciation for things that are considered really out there. That other people were like, oh, get out of here. That's crazy. Get away from me. Things that are like not the absurd, but the people that are, how can I put this? What kind of movies do you enjoy when nobody's looking? What kind of movie would you like to watch? Something like The Exorcist or something like Jaws or what?
I like the old. Well, if I watch it like Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein, I mean, I don't watch that, but just those old kind of funky B kind of scary movies. They're not really scary though. If I'm watching something more recent, would be more of these kind of like Jason Bourne, kind of the super soldier kind of action type stuff.
Interesting.
I like a lot of movies. I mean, I don't want to go. I didn't want to see that movie where that guy said something of the 2 guys that are on the mountain, and he said, "I can't quit you." I forget what that movie was.
Oh, please. What was it called? Brokeback Mountain. Hey, let me ask you something.
I didn't want to watch that movie. It just didn't resonate with me.
You got hurt in a relationship at, I want to say not a young age, but one of the first serious relationships you were in really hurt you bad. Am I right?
Yeah.
And it's something that has even affected you. For example, my son, when he had a dog named Kevin, and it was his dog, and it got ran over, and he held it in the street as the rain fell down and watched it die. Steven's never wanted another dog since because he got so hurt over that. And sometimes men can get so hurt in relationships that they hold back for the rest of their life almost. Just hold back a little bit. I feel that in you. I mean, I know this is personal, so you don't have to agree with me. I'm just telling you what I feel. So I could be wrong. I could be right.
I'm pretty open, but I think it's wise, especially when you're first getting to know somebody, that you not put every single card on the table, because if you find out later it's the wrong person, and they'll take those cards and they'll throw them in your face, and they'll even throw them out on Twitter, and you know what I mean? It's like you got to be careful.
They can also rip your heart out and let you watch it beat as you die, right? But you are also. I feel like there is somebody in your core. In your core family that you are estranged from. I don't know if it's a brother or your dad or somebody that you haven't spoke to in years. Am I right about that, or am I wrong about that?
You're actually exactly right. All my family, as a matter of fact.
That's what I was going to say, but I didn't want to go that far.
Yeah, you were exactly right. I grew up in a family that was, it was upper middle class. I mean, it seemed like I had a good childhood, but then as I got older and I realized some of the things that were going on in our family, I just didn't feel like it was so good. But then trying to go and heal those relationships with mom and dad, it wasn't so much my brothers. It's just that when you have a mother and father who are, kind of triangulating and playing off each other, and they try to play the kids off each other. Ugh. After a while, it becomes so emotional and it gets so frustrating.
You just have to walk away.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So I had to walk away, and I didn't want to, but it was for my own sanity and my own peace of mind. But I didn't want to. I wish I had a family that
You've got
wasn't
a family.
So crazy. Well, yeah, that's why.
Well,
you've got a new family.
A lot of times
this is a better family, actually.
When you have your own children, I think that we realize maybe what our parents went through, and we kind of wish, like my parents are both gone. They've been gone for a long time. I'm kind of like Darren in that regard. I wish I could say to my mom, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I see that what I put you through, or what you went through, or whatever. So I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I think kids teach us a lot about that stuff. Do you agree with that? Or
yeah, I do. I have an adult daughter from that first relationship that you mentioned earlier that didn't go well, and so so this is, I'm totally anti-religion, and I didn't know anything. I think I was 20. And the woman or the girl at that time, she was woman, girl, 20 years old, whatever. But she was a Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, Lord.
I know. And so me being the dummy that I was, she got pregnant, and then, there are no abortions. Not that I would promote abortion, but the bottom line is we had a child out of wedlock, and the whole deal was if I didn't become a Jehovah's Witness and agree to the whole Jehovah's Witness program, I was badmouthed to my daughter. So I was always badmouthed because I wasn't a Jehovah's Witness. So
have you mended that relationship with your daughter?
I have not.
Wow.
She doesn't want. Her mother has brainwashed her so thoroughly.
Oh man, I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, it's a drag. But
it's one of those things that you just have to brush it off and keep walking, because if things are out of your control, they're out of your control.
Exactly. Yeah, you learn, And
you can't get blood out of an onion. I mean, you can't. Sometimes you just have to bless people and walk off and just say, look.
Does she have any children yet, Erik?
I don't think so. It's been a few years since I've talked to her, but I'm pretty sure not.
Once she has children, I bet she'll get in contact with you again. Just a gut feeling.
Yeah. Yeah. The problem is it's deep, but I won't go any deeper than that. But it's it is what it is. I'm just glad that I got on. Only reason why I got on Twitter like almost 2 years ago, though I don't do social media. I don't do Facebook. I was never a social media person, but I made this. I made an investment in this. In some investment stuff. Anyway, the lady said you should go on Twitter and you can follow your investment on Twitter. And I'm like, well, can't you just tell me? Do I have to do this? Well, I'm tired of telling you. Just go on Twitter and sign up, and you can follow it every day. And I said, all right. So, of course, as soon as I got on Twitter and then I started exploring and, learning about everything, then that's my social life just exploded after that.
I have to say something that is just really bothering me, but when I pulled the 3 cards that you asked me to pull earlier, the first one that I pulled in your past, and I don't know if Paisley knows anything about this, but it was the Queen of Swords.
I know nothing about that.
The Queen of Swords is a card that is very. It denotes a female that has just recently, not recently, but has been released from the bondage of lies. I believe this represents something that happens with your daughter. I believe that your daughter now knows that Dad got, excuse my language, Dad got fucked around, okay? And I think she knows.
You're probably right.
No, I think she knows that. And there's no other reason I would have pulled that, because she was confused. She's been confused, because when you tell a girl that Daddy is bad because he won't come and join our religion, she's never going to buy into that. She's going to play along for the sake of argument, but there's going to come a time. How old is she now? Did you say she's in her 20s?
Yeah.
You better believe it. She thinks about you more than you probably realize it. And you might want to try to just get in touch with her somehow over the next, several months, and just hey, what's going on? I'm your dad,
Never quit trying.
No, never did. But
yeah, I've been encouraged to do that by another friend that I talked to.
I feel it coming from her side. I feel it coming from her side is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're saying she's ready now.
You better believe it. And she knows the truth. She knows that you're not the bad guy. Nobody, I'm not saying there was a bad guy, but she definitely knows.
I know what you're saying now.
Okay. She definitely knows you're not the bad guy. Religion, woo, boy, it can really mess some people up bad. I mean, really bad. I've got people that I know that are just like, just come right up and say, Debbie, have you found Jesus? And I'm like, I didn't know I lost him. I mean, just really fanatical people. And especially that is considered a cult. What you were talking about earlier, it's almost a cult.
Oh, I know it is. I read a book. Here's how I
read a book.
Well, check it out. So this is what happened. I thought, well, maybe this Jehovah Witness thing. This is me and my 20-year-old brain. Maybe this Jehovah Witness thing isn't that bad. I should do a little research, even though my gut was telling me no. So I found this book, the seven. What was it called? The seven cults, the 7 religious cults, or something like that. And there was several of them in there, and Jehovah Witnesses was one of them. So one of the chapters that I read, and I started researching, and the guy that started it, and it's just like, oh no, I'm not going there, no way.
There was a cult that came out in the early '90s. I've got an echo that I think I know where it's coming from, but it was called The Way International. And
oh yes, I had that book actually.
For some reason, they got a hold of my nephew. Now, my nephew and I it's bizarre how close we are. Dave's called into the show several times. Dave was just practically when my brother got his tragic divorce, they moved in with me, both of my nephews, with me at the time. I mean, they were just, it was unbelievable how close we were. And when he turned 18, The Way International got a hold of him. And he would come over to my house, and he just became very ugly. And I decided one day that I was not going to stop until I deprogrammed him. And I took him outside, and we ended up screaming at each other out by my pool. I'll never forget. I can still see it to this day. And I looked at him, and I grabbed his face, and I said, Dave, look at me in the face. Look at my eyes. I said, this isn't what's going on. I said, you need to believe me, and you're going to get out of this. And just like that, boom, he just started crying. And because they turn them against, they actually want to what do you call it when you get everybody to when they do a target
program?
Yeah, they want to
mind control.
Well, they want to. God, what's the word I'm looking for? They
coerce.
No, they want to get you by yourself, get everybody away from you. What's that called?
Oh, yes.
Isolated.
Alienate.
Yes, isolate. They want to isolate you.
Isolate, yes.
Because
isolate, totally.
that's how they build this thing, and they want you to believe that they're your family and that your family is wrong and stupid if they don't come into the Way International. And so,
Exactly.
Sounds like Scientology.
Oh,
exactly.
Oh my gosh, it's worse than that. And I got him out of it. I pulled him out of it. And one time I came home from work, and there was a little one of those little booklets from the knockers on the door. What are they called? That's the one you were talking about. The
Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses. And I looked it down. And I said, Stephen, did these people come by? And he goes, yeah, they were really nice. I said, Stephen, look at me. He goes, no, they were. I said, Stephen, look at me. He was like, okay.
I like the Mormons when they come by.
Oh, God. On their bikes? With their
they're
backpacks?
so nice.
And they will
I
even
love the Mormons.
They recently got a friend of mine online. They got her because when they came over and she was moving that day, and they ended up helping her move. And they'll do anything to get to you. And it's really weird. I'm sorry to hear that you had to go through that. But you should be encouraged because yes, go ahead.
I was going to ask Paisley what she thinks of religion.
Oh, that's a whole other show.
Just quickly.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh my gosh, I can't even do it just quickly. It's just a whole other can of worms. Really, you can't just answer that in one.
Well, can I ask you a simple question?
Yes, you can ask me a simple question.
Do you believe in a creator named God, and did he have a son that came named Jesus Christ?
That's a tricky question for me to answer because of my upbringing and because of what I do now. I can tell you this. I can tell you that I work with a lot of people. I do readings for people that are like staunch Catholic, Christian, people that go to church 7 days a week.
Mm-mm.
And I work with atheists and I work with spiritual ministers. It's like all over. It's all over the board.
But what do you believe?
I believe it's information. I believe that I can get information from a whole bunch of different sources. I don't get information from one source.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'll just say this. Religion, to me, is basically mind control.
Yes, and money. I believe that religion was created. If you come to us, give us your money, and do what we tell you to do, and join us. I believe the Catholic Church is the biggest cult in the world. I'm just saying.
Oh, they're the worst.
Hey.
No,
You should hear what Teresa Caputo has to say about the church. It's quite interesting.
She's Catholic.
She is. She's Italian and Catholic.
What did she say about it?
I joined.
I saw her.
I married into that bullshit and baptized both of my kids into that crap. And it's.
Well, at least they're going to go to heaven now.
Oh, please don't be coy with me, Darren. I'm Debbie.
Okay. I know.
I'm beyond being coy, but no, I think it's bullshit. If you want to know the truth, there you go. I said it.
I got to tell you guys a story, real quick story. I don't want to take up all Paisley's time. Do you mind, Paisley, if I
No.
No, this is wonderful.
Okay, so this is interesting to me. I've never actually dated or had a girlfriend that was just like straight Catholic. And so I recently, well, I shouldn't say recently. Okay, I met this girl, and I didn't know she was Catholic because she actually acts as if she's this. Nobody knows who this is, so don't try to guess, Darren and Wolfman. But she's kind of what we would call nowadays a bad girl. She's like the opposite of what if you were a Catholic mother and father and you're raising your daughter.
She's a hoe. No, I'm joking.
Well, this kind of tripped me out because okay, I'm just going to use. This is not in a derogatory way towards anybody, but she is proud to be a slut. She is like, I'm a slut, and I love it, and I'm proud of it. And I didn't know anything about her being Catholic when she was telling me this. I'm thinking, wow, this is trippy. And so anyway, and then I find out after chatting for a while that she's Catholic, and that it's. So my opinion is that it's her way of rebelling against her.
Oh, they go the opposite.
She went the total opposite because she was so controlled by her mother and father. And so
That's
I
very
think
typical.
that somehow psychologically it damaged her. So now she just wants to be a slut. And I'm like, well,
you should give her Willie's number.
yeah. Well, well, the girl's got a boyfriend, and I don't know. It's trippy because sometimes I don't know. I come across these people, and I'm not trying, but all of a sudden I'm their counselor. All of a sudden, I don't even. Suddenly I become their counselor.
I
So
told
she's like,
you.
Yeah, and she's like, you know, I want to have sex with other men, and I don't want to really have a boyfriend, but I love my boyfriend, and I'm like, well, what am I supposed to say to that? You know, so I just kind of let her kind of vent, and then finally she worked it out on her own. So she's like staying with her boyfriend, and now we're just friends. We were always friends, but the point is you know, people, if you really care about people and their growth as a human being, you don't want to jump in and, you know, for a guy, for example, if some girl says, you know, I'm a slut, then you know, a lot of guys are think, well, okay, well, what's your number, you know? But then you got to look deeper than that and see where is that coming from? And then sometimes you can't go there because then you're just contributing to the whole negative process of all that. So, you know, so when you say boundaries, I don't. Anyway, I just life's interesting though. It's definitely interesting. There's no doubt about it.
Definitely is.
Because I wrote down earlier, counselor, that you were that more than just little Miss Slut came to you for counseling. I think everybody comes to you and says, "Hey, man, I'm really my wife is a bitch." You know, they just really come to you and talk to you about things.
Yeah, they tell me shit. I'm like, why are you telling me this?
Well, but that's good because they feel that they can come to you for advice, and I think that anybody that's looked at as a sage, you know, that's good, right? Or, you know, I'm
cool with it. I mean, I don't judge people. I mean, I've made so many mistakes, and you know, I good, bad, and indifferent. I just, when people come to me with their situations, I can totally relate. I can picture back and you know, and remember people and even things that I've experienced in my life. So I try to be, I am empathetic and I am compassionate that way. So that's just, but sometimes you come across people and you're being real, but it's almost like they don't believe you because it's like, it's too real. They think, oh, you're full of shit. You're not really like that.
That's
right.
right.
Eric, and that's when you fly.
I'm sorry.
I think Darren knows who I'm talking about, but we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, no. When you're mentioning this, and Paisley, you know, I'd like to hear what you have to say on this too. And as you speak, Eric, you as you were speaking, you are an empath, and you become a magnet, right? And this is why people are. This is why your energy attracts, right? And so
I'm attracted to him.
Darren, you're attracted to Stabby.
I met Darren like about a month ago.
He's a juggalo.
I met Darren a month ago. Darren's awesome. Darren's like the nicest, kindest guy I can remember meeting.
Wait a minute, I've seen your pictures. I saw your pictures when you met. Did you meet him at that paranormal, that concert where, that conference?
UFO Congress. Yeah, UFO Congress.
I'll put a picture up here.
I've seen him. I've seen your pictures.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Darren he's so nice it's almost too good to be true.
Yeah,
that's
so
what
you don't
Debbie
know
thinks.
what I'm talking on, so I'll just shut my mouth. Okay.
No. I want to hear what you got to say, bro. You keep going because you got some wisdom. I want to hear it.
No.
Come on, Dennis. Keep going. We interrupted you. I apologize. Keep going, please. You were saying some good stuff there.
No, I'm just saying that when you hold high vibration, you become a magnet. It's a lighthouse. You know, people become attracted to you, right? You don't know why, but they just do. They just do, and they don't know why either. But you know, it's a resonance. It's a vibration.
And the vampires will steal your vibration. Or won't steal, but they'll suck on you. Yeah, they suck on your vibration, and then it lowers your vibration. Then you're exhausted. You're tired.
Right, and
then you got to recharge.
Right, and Eric, this is where it calls discernment. Okay, this is where you got to fucking find out where the fucking shit's coming from. These leeches, right, and shut them down. Right.
No, I don't look at it like that, Dennis. I don't look at it like that. I think that you have to love. You have to pray for those who.
Listen, Debbie. Okay.
Dennis, I will talk on my own show, and every time I start talking, you always go, "Debbie." Doesn't he do that, Darren? Doesn't he?
No, I'm just saying for me.
I know for you, but I'm just saying that I don't believe that you should say that just because somebody is not like you that they're bad or whatever. You know, it's people aren't bad.
No, it's just that they're
You
not.
you said take them down.
I think what Dennis is saying is that, you know, life is short and you don't want to spin your wheels with people like that, and you just need to move on. I think he's kind of like me. He's kind of blunt, and I'm a little blunt sometimes.
You
but
have to
maybe
get
not
to a
blunt.
point where you have zero fucks. That's where I'm at.
Hey, just by the way, Wolfman is trying to call in.
Hang on just a second. I need to look down the hall. There's still a room full of people waiting on me to give a fuck from 2005, okay? And I just think that you just have to reach that point. My daughter said, Mom, why are you so happy? I said, because, Heather, I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't have any more fucks to give. I don't care what people think about me or what people do. I mean, I do what I do. I'm good to people. I'm fair to people. If somebody needs something, I'm Johnny on the spot. I've given people as much as I can possibly give of my time, of me, of love, of hope, and if people don't respond to, I mean, if people don't reciprocate, then that's fine with me. And I mean it. I honestly don't. I don't know if it's a blessing that's been given to me or what, but I really don't. Except when it comes to Stabby. You know he's listening. So Darren, Wolfman wants to come on the call. Oh my God!
Get Wolfman on there because he's probably going to comment on something.
He only has 10 minutes. He's
get him
on break.
Hold on, hang up, Wolfman, so I can ring you in. All right, here he comes. It's time to howl, boys. Here comes the wolf.
Well, it's because of Wolfman that I knew of you, Debbie. So that's why I'm even talking to you, because I heard you on the Wolfman show, and your voice got me kind of going. So I
have more fun with those mullets. I love them to death. I mean, I just love Wolfman to death.
Yeah, he's a unique dude. He's cool.
She loves us when she's not hating us.
Oh, blow me, Darren! You're such a You're such a Uncle Buzzkill. Hey, welcome to the call.
It took me weeks to.
It's Wolfman. Hey, I'm here.
Listen to
All
his
right.
voice.
Paisley and Debbie.
I'm here.
Okay, I just
Cheers.
got a message for Paisley and Debbie.
Oh, no.
When you do your readings, always remember that scientific studies proved that it will drop your blood sugar level down really low, like 30 points in a half an hour. Make sure that you have your sugar levels up before you do readings for anyone.
That is never a problem for me.
You saw me eating those cookies, didn't you? I love that.
That's probably why. You know what? That's probably why, Deb, that you nibble on stuff when you're doing your readings, because it's inhumanly possible.
I have waited to do this all my life when he's on the show to play music when he's talking. Clap for the Wolfman. Paybacks are hell.
Awesome.
No, I'm joking.
All right, you can bonk me now. You can bonk me. Hit me.
I'll bonk
Hit me,
you.
Debbie.
You watch this. I've got a better bonk than you. You want to hear it? Oh, I think you're hysterical. Gonna rate your record high. Say it. All right.
I'm gonna be telling me, all right, dig it. I am the Wolfman, all right, yeah.
You're gonna dig it till the day you die. Okay, you ready for my
Gonna
bonk?
dig it, all right, yeah. This is KTLK Radio, all right, dig it. On the fish.fm.
Yeah. No, but I was seriously, you girls and everyone else there, and Dennis too, remember that. Get your sugar levels up before you do your reading. You're going to drop down and you pass out sometimes. It'll hurt you. It will hurt you. It's inhumanly possible. It's now registered scientifically that your blood sugar levels will drop, inhumanly possible, 30 points in 20 minutes doing a reading.
Good to know.
And this actually proves scientifically what we're doing.
What are we doing?
This goes this goes for when you're doing like mediumship or readings or anything psychic, telekinesis, any kind of thing that's you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, some people can move objects with their mind. Some people can create electricity from their fingertips. Some people can, astral project. Whatever you do, when you go into this other dimension and use those other powers that are channeled through you, you're using part of your brain that's it's behind your, I think, left ear. They actually registered it and isolated the spot in your brain that's active when you do these things, and found out that it creates a drop in your blood sugar level. I don't understand it. I don't know how it works, but it does happen. So I just want to warn everyone that does these things, make sure you keep your blood sugar levels up there when you do it, because you can actually pass out, and it's happened to me before. You hit the floor, and you can hear things. You can't see. Your eyes could be open, and you're laying there on the floor. Your eyes are wide open. You can't see nothing, but you can hear, and it's really weird. And you feel, and all you see is blackness.
Well, Paisley says she eats chocolate all day, so she can do lots of eating.
I think Wolfman's trolling us. I know. I live on sugar. That's all I eat is sugar. I sometimes go all day, and all I've had is just cookies and candy and chocolate milk and Haagen-Dazs chocolate chip, and
I just drink a lot of beer.
That's sugar too, though, right?
Yeah.
That is sugar too.
Yeah.
Sugar too. Yeah, it is. Hey, do y'all think that I can use Gunner's rabies certificate for the other lab, but even if it says chocolate? Do you think I could wipe that out and put vanilla? No? Yeah, I guess not. But.
Hey, Debbie, can you play? I got a request. Can you play some old vintage commercial from a cigarette commercial from a TV years ago? Play an old TV commercial, cigarette commercial.
All right.
just throw it in there when you need the next break. Just throw a vintage cigarette commercial.
Why?
I don't know. It'd just be funny.
Here we go, everybody.
I saw one the other day.
It's new Winston, the easy-drawing filter cigarette that tastes good like a cigarette should.
Winston, filter cigarette, easy drawing filter cigarette. Winston's new and king size too, brings flavor back to you. Winston, tastes real good, rich and full like a cigarette should, brings real flavor back to you. Try a pack of Winston.
Honey, you win.
And they do not cause any nicotine stains on your fingertips unless you pick your nose.
Winston killed my mother.
Fred and Barney had an old cigarette commercial.
Oh my God, they did. What the heck was that? Hey, Barney. Yes, are you still smoking those?
Yeah, they did.
Wait a minute.
It was on the show back in the day.
Can you imagine a cartoon?
Yes. It's hard to believe.
Yes, we can.
It is true.
Oh,
I miss the Marlboro Man.
I go. Thanks for taking my call.
No, you're not going anywhere. You need to shut up and listen to this first. Hey, Barney.
They sure work hard, don't they, Barney? Yeah? I hate to see them work so hard. Yeah, me too. Let's go around back where we can't see them. Gee, we ought to do something, Fred. Okay. How's about taking a nap? I got a better idea. Let's take a Winston break. That's Winston is the one cigarette that delivers flavor 20 times a pack.
Unfreaking believable.
And it does not stain your fingers as much as picking your nose.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
I don't even smoke. Smell my fingers.
You're so stupid.
You guys know Fred and Barney were Freemasons. Did you guys know that?
Fred and Barney were supposed. Fred and Barney and Wilma and Betty were supposed. Something keeps going.
They were Satanists.
No, they were. They were a knockoff of Alice of Cramden and Ralph Cramden. You know, going to the moon.
Yes, the honeymooners.
That's a fact.
Yeah, but there's no such thing.
Now we know how old you are. Curtis, you say the honeymooners.
Curtis told me that.
Well, I'm just saying. I don't. Yeah. I wasn't from that era, but my parents used to watch it when I was a little kid, so I remember those.
Erik, you were.
It was live.
Erik, there's no such thing as Freemasons because they all charge for it.
No. They were in the Grand. They were in the Grand Poobah. Fred was.
Yeah, the lodge. The
Mason lodge. The lodge.
Yeah. So they're actually paid Masons. They're not free.
The Grand Poobah.
There's something
They're
wrong with
union
you,
masons.
Mike. There's something wrong with you.
I think he's out on a smoke break.
I need a cigarette. I'm having a terrible time trying to quit.
Are you quitting?
Yeah, I'm having a fuck of a time with it. I'm fucking freaking right out. I got no cigarettes and I just fucking starving myself. Oh my god. I'm gonna smash my face through a fucking window now.
Hey, just roll up a bunch of thinner joints and just keep them in your pocket.
Oh my god. Put on another cigarette commercial. It's kind of helping, sort of. I'm gonna smash my
Fred and Barney also did. Fred and Barney also did Bush beer. Listen.
Boy, ain't that the truth. How can they mess with that target advertising? Yabba-dabba-doo. Right on target, Fred. When you do for a beer, Bush does it.
Unbelievable.
Was that Gleason that was the voice of Fred?
No.
No, that was what's his name again? Oh damn. Oh, and he's one of my heroes, man. Shit.
Here's Willie.
Oh.
Here's Willie. Listen.
I'll Google it.
Yeah, he does all the voices on Hanna-Barbera.
Oh, beautiful Sal was a stone-hearted gal, refusing to bill or to coo. But Clem was right smart. He appealed to her
Mel
heart
Blanc.
with that
Mel
gal
Blanc.
getting good old Mountain Dew.
No, it wasn't Mel Blanc. It was somebody else that did the Flintstones voices. It was a big guy. I don't remember.
Oh, it was Kurt Green. Kurt Green.
It's not
Alan
Mel Blanc.
Reed.
That's Looney Tunes.
Yes. Here we go. The
Kurt
Flintstones.
Green. Oh, I know. Kurt Green did.
Alan Reed.
That rooster guy.
Alan Reed.
Guy. Longhorn, Foghorn. Isn't that Kurt Green?
No.
Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc, that's another one. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Mel Blanc did do Barney. I didn't know this.
He did almost all of the voices for Hanna-Barbera. Almost all of them. He's one of my heroes, man. That's how I got all my talent for doing voices. I used to imitate Mel Blanc's.
He did the Looney Tunes too.
Did you know
Yeah,
that?
he did everything, man. Everything.
Steve Rush can almost do any dialect as far as accents go I've ever heard in my life. When he called in the other night on my show, and it was my St. Patty's Day show, I could not believe the Irish accent that he went into. It blew my mind. Did y'all hear him?
I did. It blew my mind too.
Listen to him.
He goes, golly. Well, it could have been Leprechaun, but it might have been him. You don't know for sure. You don't really know.
No, that's not that good. Listen to
I've got
Steve.
to go now, but goodbye.
Saints
I've got to go find
Begonia.
me pot of gold. I've got me Lucky Charms right here. Goodbye now.
Stuff called
Frosty
Deb,
Lucky Charms.
and it was lit with this really weird thing, and I went into 5 different
Steve was
dimensions
amazing.
at once. I had
No way. Just had me a quart of Guinness. Is Guinness Irish? I don't know. Yes, it is. Shut up,
know.
Steve. Mind your business. No, you. All right.
It's those voices again. I hate those. Hey, you know,
I hate
was
when I
thinking-
have voices in my head.
You know, I was thinking that Mike Wolfman could play along with this with that little flute that he plays.
I heard something about a flute.
I love this. I threw my bag out laughing about that last. I'm sorry, Wolfman. I don't laugh at you. I just think that you're very, very talented and very funny. Wolfman?
I think he's gone.
He always is gone.
He had to go back to work.
He had to work. He was just on a little break.
But Steve goes off into this Irish accent. I was like, oh my God, it's like Saints Begonia. It was like crazy. If I can find where he did that. Where did he
Just
start?
had me a quart of Guinness. Is Guinness Irish?
Well, he does it after this. I don't know where it's at. It's really funny stuff.
I heard it. Yeah, it was good.
Erik reminds me a little bit of Curtis's voice when Curtis was about maybe 20 years old.
Yeah, he's
Curtis
got a
sounds
deep
like
voice.
is Curtis a black man? Because he sounds like a black man.
No,
He's not.
He's not.
No, he's white. He's
I'm
white
the
boy.
one that discovered that, and he is definitely white.
But does he not sound black though? I mean, I've
told him 1,000 times. He sounds like a Joe Seeker said it best. He sounds like a Southern colonel drinking a mint julep, bossing the help around.
Oh, yeah.
A Southern colonel. A Southern colonel. It was funny when he said that.
I mean, if that guy got an agent, he could get a job in Hollywood doing voice work. No doubt about it.
Better believe it.
Oh, yeah.
You better believe it. I've told him his voice should be bottled and sold.
Did you hear last night he's considering doing a show?
No way.
Oh,
He's
God.
been offered it. He's been offered it from the producer of The Fringe, so he said he's been thinking about it. He said no at first for like the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and last night was the first time he gave an indication that he's even considering it, so... Like
Fred
a Sunday day show
You know
about
what,
Jesus or
Ronald?
something.
You know what I loved Ronald about? Ronald said that Fred Flintstone was a construction worker. That every tool or instrument or machine that they used always said something. They broke the fourth wall, turned to the camera, and said, "I hate my job." You know, every one of them did that in the Flintstones. I thought that was always cute. So anyway, that's all. Nobody responds to me very much in this call. I'm like, what the fuck?
How come nobody's chatting in the chat room? The chat room's been dead for too long. Come on, guys, get in
It's
there.
because this show is interesting, so they're listening to us. That's the answer.
Hi, R Daddy.
All right,
How
cool.
are you, R Daddy? Ba 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 bum. How
Beppe
are you doing?
Grillo is there.
Who? I'm sorry.
The Pope.
The
I don't
Pope?
know this person. Beppe Grillo.
Oh, that's Beppe Grillo.
Oh.
He's a little bit of a troublemaker. I like Beppe though. I like everybody. I try to see the good in everybody. You know what I mean?
So, Debbie, do you know that I co-host the show with the Reverend John Polk called Quantum Hologram Matrix on Wednesdays?
Uh-oh, it's my daughter. That means there's something wrong. She would never be up at this hour. Hold on. What's
2 o'clock in the
wrong?
morning.
What's wrong?
Eric, tell us the name of the show again.
Quantum Hologram Matrix.
Heather,
it's on
what's wrong?
Spreaker, just like it's on Spaceboy Universe Network.
Wonderful.
We have
and it's
archive
on
of them.
Wednesdays.
Yeah, you could go if you go in there and you search it, you'll see. Yeah, Wednesdays 5 to 7 p.m. and we have a chat room, and then we've done 27 shows. We've had some great guests on. We
that
We don't
Pacific
do
time?
politics. Yeah, Pacific time. We don't do any politics. Strictly ET, UFO, experiencer, paranormal. We had Clifford Mahudi on Wednesday, the Indian guy that's used to work for the government, but talks about he works for the tribal people and all these things they see in the New Mexico area. And I got to talk to him.
People.
Yeah, the star people. Yeah, so I got to talk to him because basically I just go in there for I'm kind of like Darren. I kind of go in and help out just because he lets me. Plus, I enjoy it, so I always come up with good questions. So anyway, I asked him about the skinwalkers or the creatures that they see. Out there on Route 66, people report seeing these bizarre creatures that just run across the freeway. And I asked him what would happen if somebody's car ran into one of these creatures. He says, well, they just dematerialize. And so he went into this whole thing about these the skinwalkers and these creatures, and it was really interesting. But so anyway, I'm just kind of plugging our show a little bit. No big deal. It's a good show though.
It is. John Polk's awesome.
Yeah, he's a smart dude.
You're okay too.
He wrote the book Yahweh, the Biblical God is an Alien. So if we ever want to talk religion, he believes that Yahweh, Jesus, was a hybrid, and I kind of believe that too. I mean, if he was supernatural, he had more than human. He had advanced human DNA, is what I would say.
It's possible.
Yeah. And then he wrote another book called The Blue Beings, where he actually met some blue beings, and 20 other people met some blue beings at a conference in Maine in 2015. Travis Walton was there, and some other famous people that were there. It was an experiencer speak, is what it was called. And so anyways, these blue being people came in the room. They look human, but their skin was blue. And they came into the room and had some money, and they didn't even know what they had, how much money or what. They just put their money out and said, we want to meet Travis. And it's a long story, but if you ever want to have John Polk on your show, Jebby's show, I don't think she's even there right now, but we get John on the show. He does every show. He loves to talk on radio shows.
She'd like that.
Yeah, John Polk's probably going to move to California.
Sweet.
Yeah, he and I are gonna do some things. He's gonna help me with my business, and I'm gonna help him. And we're gonna maybe I might even do an hour show, possibly on Thursdays in the near future. I'm thinking about it. I don't want to do 2 or 3 hours. It's too hard.
Just get people to come on with you.
I want it to be strictly a call-in show where people can call in and just talk, kind of like you guys do. But I want to have topics. But it's going to be we're going to talk about the fake news, things like that. I'm going to talk about things that people are afraid to talk about because I don't care. I'm not going to pull any punches.
Yeah, okay, Erik. What would that be? Where would that people would be afraid to talk about?
Well, when it comes, I wouldn't say afraid. I would say there's certain shows where once they start to become known, and then I'll give you an example. How I got turned on to talk radio originally was with Art Bell, and then he came back, as you guys know, and then suddenly he decided when he had a shootout at his house one night, he decided he didn't want to do it anymore, and he turned it over to Heather Wade, and she kind of ruined the show. But in the meantime, I switched over to Jimmy Church. So I listened to Jimmy Church, Fade to Black, and but I listened to him how he interviews people, and he just won't go. They just won't ask certain questions, or they only dig so deep because you have a guest on. You don't want if you dig too deep, they're going to buckle up on you. But I don't want to have. I only want to have people that want to open up and spill it all out there.
No, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When you mention this, you can only go as far as your recipient or the participant is willing to go down, right?
Exactly.
So it's a touch and feely thing. So would you go down to when you were mentioning the subject topics, like what you might be bringing up on your show? So would you go down? Okay, I'm sure you go into the Lemurians, the Sumerians. So would you go into the Anunnaki? Would you go into DNA restructuring?
Totally.
Yeah.
Dennis, you would love the quantum hologram matrix because John Polk is an experiencer, and the story. I mean, Darren can attest the stories that he tells. I mean, people can't just make this shit up. He'll say, I've got it. I've been to his house. I've recorded a lot of our conversations. We'll just start talking, and he'll just start telling me stuff. And it's like, you just know when someone's telling you the truth by their look in their eye, their facial expressions, the way they move their hands around, and just the passion that they tell you these stories. So whatever it is that's happening with him, he believes it's happening.
Yep.
I mean, so I know, you meet enough people like that tell you these stories. After a while, it's like, well, something's going on. So, I don't doubt people. When they tell me things, I don't try to say, oh, you're full of shit, because they probably are experiencing things, and I haven't had the opportunity to experience these things. That's why I'm interested. Probably that's why you're too. Is that why you're interested, Darren? You're kind of curious like me. You want to know what the hell's going on.
We're the same age. We've done same thing. Yeah, Art Bell, and just I just like to know. I just like to go down the road of knowledge and.
Yeah. See, as we speak, Darren, right? And Erik, I really love your sharings. Okay, this is goodness. And if well, I guess we lost Debbie, but Paisley, if you're still on the line, I'd like to ask of all three of you, of where that outside of this dimension per se, right? Outside of this 3D construct, right? It's where we're picking up information.
The omniverse.
Pardon me?
The omniverse, right? You're talking about the multiverse, the omniverse, the multiple dimensions.
Yeah. All of it. Yeah. So
can I share something real quick? I don't mean to interrupt you, but Dennis, this is just positive feedback. I could tell that you've got a tremendous amount of knowledge and awareness, and I'm sure, and I'm not comparing myself to you. You probably know a hell of a lot more than I do, but I also can tell that you hold back, and I'm just giving you permission to just let it go. Sometimes just take the filter off and just say it. That's what I'm feeling as an empath, as someone just kind of pick, because you have a lot to share, and I don't want you to be afraid. Just lay it out there, brother.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. I get that a lot.
Okay,
Ignore
I'm giving it to you
Stabby.
too.
I get it a lot, man.
Joe is not here. It's okay.
No, but again, it's again, like, how many times can I say it? It's like, we're here for a short period of time. We know this, and yeah, it's like what we do, what we live, what we breathe. Is like finite. It's who we are and where we came from, which is infinite, right? So a lot of people, they can't separate themselves from that. They're either one or the other. But no, we are both at the same time, right? So this is where a lot of people get confused and fucked up and mixed up, right? So, like, it's really fucking stupid.
Is Paisley still there?
Yes.
Oh, Paisley, okay. Yeah, I want you to chime in on this.
Maybe you could share what you believe and what you have learned.
Yes.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out what Dennis's question is.
Dennis, why don't you try getting to the point?
Yeah, no,
I know
I
what Dennis was saying. Dennis was saying what John Polk says is that we're in this physical body here on this 3D plane, but I may not use the right words, but our spirit energy, our consciousness, it could be in other multiple dimensions or whatnot, in other types of bodies. In other words, we can exist not just on this plane simultaneously, is what John Polk believes. Is that kind of what you're saying, Dennis?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's not necessarily in a physical matter. It's energy-based, right?
It's all energy. Yeah.
Yes.
So what are we? Are we just physical, or what more is there? Is that the question?
We're just shells. We are just shells. Our bodies are just shells as far as I'm concerned.
I want to know what Paisley thinks.
Yeah.
Well, this is really interesting. I don't know. I think it's possible we can be in more than one place at the same time. Like, I would say even probably more than one planet, because how many times have you met someone? How many times have you ever met someone that you know that you've never met before? And how many times have you been to a place that you've never been to before and it's totally familiar to you and you know where everything is there?
Yeah, it's kind of like deja vu, right? And again, it's what do you call it? Multiphasing. Yeah, and within the 50 dimensions and higher whatnot, time is not an issue.
Relevant?
Right?
It's not even relevant. Yeah.
Right. So we can flip in and out, right? Like even when we go into our dream time, all right? We can feel as though, okay, this is just me. I can go into dream time and say I sleep, half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour, whatever. But in my dream time, like days have gone by, like physical, actual days. And, in my dream time, I get all my senses, smell, touch, feel, taste, like I feel everything, all of my senses. And it's very, very interesting where for me, this is what I call, phasing through dimensions. And it's some people call it astral travel. Yeah, okay, if you want astral, that's fine. You're still within this 3-4D. That's fine. You're still stuck within this 4D. That's fine. 5D beyond. This is where it crosses from being in a physical form into 100% complete total energy. And then we go into the higher dimensions after that. That's fine. Whatever. for sure. It's awesomeness. And so yeah, Paisley, like what's because you're very connected in this matter. And so how would you share your experiences with us?
Oh my gosh, you're putting me so much on the spot tonight, Dennis.
No, I'm just asking.
I want to hear what everyone else has to say.
All right. How do you get it, Erik?
Okay, well, I'll tell you. I was hoping she was going to answer that question, actually, because
I was
too.
I'm being shy.
I'll rephrase it and probably get her to answer, though. I'm just teasing.
Go ahead.
No, okay. So I
No,
just
go
want
for
to
it,
share.
Erik.
Okay, we're talking about our consciousness and our spirits and being in other dimensions and so on and so forth. So this is the true story. I don't know who's on Twitter. I know a few of you guys are, but I pretty much that's all I do is Twitter. So once in a while I'll tweet something. I might get a like or a retweet. I don't really care, but it's not like I get 10 or 15. So 2 days ago, this at Lifeboat Q, which is Lifeboat Foundation, tweeted out, electrons have been caught disappearing and reappearing between atomic layers. So I read the article. I said, fuck, that's wild. So I quoted that tweet, and then on top of that, I put alien dematerialization. Because that's a lot of people talk. I've got pictures this lady sent me in Florida where she has photographed aliens, and I've got them. I can even tweet them out if you guys want to see them. But where these aliens, well, I call them aliens. I mean, whatever they are, they're spirit beings. They are able to dematerialize. That's how they come through walls and through ceilings, and then rematerialize. So anyway, the bottom line is, I got 108 retweets and 161 likes on that tweet. For some reason, it blew my mind. Blew my mind. So here's the weird part. So I was curious who's liking my tweets. So I started looking, and in my opinion, in Twitter, there are a lot of fake accounts, and there are a lot of, and I can pretty much tell fake accounts because they usually don't follow very many people. It's usually between 30 and 50 people they follow, and then they have no media, so they don't tweet any pictures, and they have no conversations. Like some people in Twitter will have open conversations with somebody else, and you can even see what they're talking about. But so a fake account to me is when there's no open conversations. They're just liking and tweeting and retweeting, and that's it. But anyway, all 160, I believe every 161 of those likes were from robots. They're not even from real humans. So what does that say?
The government wants to get the information out.
Yep. Yeah. I'm not gonna disagree with that.
Isn't that trippy though? I mean, that kind of tripped me out because I've heard stories like this, but it kind of happened. You got to read between the lines. I mean, there's a lot of crazy shit going on out there.
It's called seeing the big picture, man.
Okay, so here's my question for Paisley. So, I mean, you're listening, you're hearing what we're discussing. Mm-hmm. I mean, just your general, we won't go deep, just your general observations. You don't have to pinpoint your exact opinion, but just kind of give us a Reader's Digest version of what you think about what we're talking about.
I wish I knew more about what you're speaking of. I haven't studied this. I haven't thought about it. I haven't. I find it drives me crazy. Like the whole bending of time drives me crazy. People come to me almost if I do 3 readings or if I do 30 readings in a day, I almost always get someone that day who says, tell me when, whatever, do. They want to know when. And it's so difficult for me to give someone a timeline because I can't see if it's in the past. I can't see if it's in the future. Paisley. I just see it. Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, Paisley, when you mention this, when we're supposed to be fortune tellers, okay? We're supposed to see in the future, okay? And what I tell people that speak with me, right, that I share with, I say, I got no timelines, okay? This is what I see. Now, it's up to you. See, this is called reality creation. Some people call it manifestation. Some people call it that stupid book, The Secret, whatever that stupid book is.
That's my favorite book.
The Law of Attraction, Dennis.
All that matters is it's stupid. That's all we need to know.
All right. Reality creation. All right. It's manifestation. Okay. Somebody.
Tell us how you really feel about that book, Dennis.
Well, some people. No. Okay. Yeah. They put a label on it and they made fucking millions off it. Okay. So. Okay. So. In any regard, it's when it comes to readers or soothsayers, these
mystics and psychics
and whatever, all these things, right? There's not necessarily a timeline, okay? They're okay. It could be a timeline, it's like Nostradamus, right? He tried to peg it, between 500-year range or something like that. Whatever. But it's not necessarily okay. When a receiver is asking the transmitter, okay, a question in the timeline, the transmitter will only give, this is only, again, me, a timeline within which the person is thinking, or they're putting themselves within a certain boundaries, a certain they're putting themselves into they're setting themselves up to a timeline, right? So when you offer them something that they haven't seen in front of them beforehand, then their timeline expands, right? It's not necessarily a specific date, time, month, hour, minute, second. It doesn't work that way, right? It's where that. Okay, the way I work, I do a lot of my work is intuitive, and where that it's how the person can direct themselves to where they want to be, and not to where that they're going to be a victim of where others are telling them where they'll find themselves to be, if that makes any sense.
Well, I just want to say there was a quote that I read.
I'm sorry, I'm just now got back. My daughter's upset.
Oh, good.
She's fine now.
Quick quote. Okay, so this is something that always stuck in my mind as a young man. Is I read this book, and then the quote was, "Whatever the mind of man can conceive or believe, it can achieve," and that could be consciousness as well.
That's correct.
So I think, is that kind of wrapping up what you're talking about in a short little sentence?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Eric, every time Dennis calls in, Eric, you need to be here to translate.
Yeah, just call me up or send me a Skype message. Dennis,
you guys are great on the radio.
Come and hang out on my show when I do my show. We could talk about this stuff.
Fuck, it's hilarious, Eric. They always say I need a fucking interpreter.
Debbie, you can invite me back anytime. Also, I'll be happy to be on your show anytime.
I was recently listening to somebody ask another gentleman if he spoke any other languages, and the gentleman said, "Yes, I do. I speak American and Irish and English and Scottish."
Oh, you forgot Canadian.
It was a Canadian speaking.
Oh, fuck.
And Ebonics, too.
Oh, yes. I speak Ebonic. You don't want to hear
Ebonics. I'm an Ebonic tweeter.
Erik, are you from the Midwest?
No, I live in California in Central Coast near Pismo Beach, San Luis Obispo.
Did you grow up on the other side of the country?
No, California my whole life. I like the Midwest, so I did spend a year in Milwaukee. I recently traveled to Florida for the first time, spent some time in Florida. I've been to Arizona recently for the first time. I've been to Oregon many times. I'm going to go to Texas pretty soon. That's pretty much it for the most part.
I grew up in Detroit, and there's something in your voice I'm recognizing.
Interesting. Detroit, that had to be rough. A little bit.
Well, I grew up in Windsor, and half my family lived in Detroit. So my grandmother owned a bar at 8 Mile and Gratiot, 7 Mile Gratiot.
Oh my God, really?
You were a Windsor girl too?
I am.
Oh man. All right. So
Why
what,
do you
got
say
dual-
you?
No, so you have a dual citizenship or what?
No, I'm Canadian.
Oh,
My background is Métis,
Canadian.
so I'm Native and Celtic and Romanian, Gypsy, Can American.
Wow. So you're an experiencer. I'm assuming you experience things. Is that correct, Paisley?
What do you mean by that question?
Okay, well, let's say things that people on the outside would call supernatural.
Yeah.
Whereas, in other words, you might have had experiences with what people would call non-human entities or spirits and things of that nature.
Or are you strictly a psychic and a reader?
Well, I always tell people you will not believe in ghosts until you meet one.
So
And
that's a yes on being.
I was
an
a big
experiencer.
skeptic until I met a ghost. And I do paranormal work, so of course I believe in spirit.
Okay, so Paisley, was the first encounter a buddy, or was he like a nasty man?
The first time I saw spirit energy, I don't know if it was ghost, but whatever you want to call it, I had stayed at my friend's apartment while he went to Florida in Windsor, and he was gone for 3 weeks, and I knew that he wanted to redecorate his living room. So as a surprise for him, I put up this black wallpaper that he purchased that had bright orange flowers all over it. And I put it up on one wall in his living room, and I moved all his furniture around to make it good flow. And I was staying at his house, so I slept in his bed. And in the middle of the night, a whole bunch of energy came hovering over me on both sides of the bed. I felt like maybe 5 or 6 spirits. And I froze. I was frozen for a long time. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. It was amazing.
Did they have almond-shaped eyes that were very dark?
No, it was more like mist. Okay. Like dark mist. That's the only way I could think to explain it. I didn't see a face or a hand or...
Right, but you were physically being held down?
No, I froze. I went in...
Mind control.
Flight or...
Alien. I think that could have been an alien experience, possibly. I don't think that was a ghost.
So when my friend came home, I think it was like 4 or 5 nights later, we were sitting on the couch and he was telling me about his trip to Florida, and I said, I just wanted to ask you a question. Do you believe in ghosts? And he goes, holy shit, you saw them? He said they've been here for a long time and I never told anyone.
Was his experience the same as yours?
He was so excited. We talked about it, and I said they were pissed off because I moved around your furniture and they didn't like it.
Yeah, because you're a higher energy.
How long were they in the room with you?
I can't tell you because I froze. I don't know how long I was frozen. I just remember, like, I wanted to get up and run out of the room, but I didn't have. It was almost like, have you ever been knocked over and had the wind knocked out of you, like in sports or something? Yeah, so it was like I couldn't move.
So you were afraid.
I don't know if I was afraid. I just know I was frozen.
No, but you mentioned that this was your first time, though, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I was by myself.
Right.
Has it happened since?
Well, it's so fascinating to me because I'm just going to interrupt myself to tell you a funny story. So I had a medical issue once, and the ambulance attendant said to me, "Do you hear voices?" And I started laughing because I thought your first question should be, "What do you do for a living?" Because I'm a psychic. I hear voices all day long. And I said, "Just your voice." That was my answer.
That's cute.
It's a funny thing. Yeah, I see spirit and I hear spirit and I feel spirit. I don't know if I want to say spirit, but I also want to say information also.
I'm hearing that weird.
I got to say something because now, from what you described, in my opinion, based on my research and people I've talked to, so some people will call them aliens, some people will call them ghosts, some people will call them spirits. I mean, there's a lot of different names for these non-human entities, however they materialize or dematerialize. But the point is I think because you were frozen and you were still awake and you were conscious, I don't think that was a ghost experience. I think you're being visited by something maybe more advanced than just a ghost, let's say. What do you guys think about that?
No, I agree, Erik. And when they first started coming to me, right? And like you say, ghosts, entities,
spirits.
Spirits. And and for me, like I'll classify all those, right? Like again, this is called discernment. But at the and again, it's higher dimensional entities. Okay, for me, right? It's not angels because they're different. These are multidimensional energies. Okay, they don't hold a physical form, right? They only bring, for me, they only bring a visual, or when need be, a physical manner into my 3D brain, right? As much as I can comprehend. At times where that they know I can handle that download per se, right? And that's what it is. And so I got to discern, what it is. Is it my subconscious? Is it like where is this information coming from, right? Because again, some people call it meditation. I call it processing. But I need to do this so that when I go into my dream time, I know where the shit's coming from, and so that I can face it 100%, right? And take from it, right? Because okay, I'm going to tell you straight up, and you say, okay, I hold back or whatever like that. I'll tell you straight up. Is where that I've had alien encounters. I'll tell you a couple stories for sure, 100%.
What the fuck was that?
Hi, Deb.
So,
Debbie. She must have butt dialed her recording or something.
I thought Wolfman was going to come back on there for a second.
I did too.
Yeah, no, that's Debbie. That's Debbie's saying, "Shut your fucking mouth, Dennis."
No. You were on a roll. You're
on a
right
roll.
Now,
you're
bro.
just about to tell us about aliens.
Yeah, keep going. You're flowing, bro. Keep going with what's happening.
We're listening. Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, I lost my train now. Fuck.
No, we were talking about the...
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's where I was going.
Okay.
Is where that... okay, you think human consciousness is going through shiftings, and we're coming into a remembrance of where we came from, and we're coming into a gathering, with the higher vibrational beings, right, that have been here for like a while already, right?
Way before us, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Is that a question for Paisley?
No, this is just a sharing.
Yeah, he's just sharing.
It's just a... Okay.
Right. So where that we as humans, we are sharing to our friends per se. I'll just call them friends, higher dimensional beings, whatever like that. Not even really the fourth deep, because they're already here. Is that we're sharing what it is to be human, because they've never been human before, and so that's learning from us, and we're learning from them. So this again, about what's life all about? To learn, grow, share together, right? to grow, learn, expand, right? And so this is what it is. It's not only within this 3D construct; it's within all the dimensions, right? You know.
Are we special, Dennis?
Pardon me.
Are we special being a physical being? Can we learn faster than being a spirit?
What, being human?
Yeah.
Well, spirit doesn't. Spirit, again, it depends on where they came from, right? But for the most part, they haven't had the opportunity to experience humanness. So we're
an experiment.
That's what it seems. It seems like we're. What do you think, Paisley? Are we special? Are we just?
Oh, we're special.
At the bottom of the rung of knowledge and.
Erik knows where I'm going with that.
Yeah. We're unique. Special. Yeah. We're probably more unique than if we're like, we just generalize spirits, extraterrestrials, higher vibrational beings, ghosts. Anything that comes to us that's not in the physical form. Some of these entities come and I think they look physical, and our minds and our conscious believes that it's physical, but they're just vibrating at a frequency that makes them appear physical. But the point is, we might be unique in that we have physical bodies. I think we're their experiment. Whoever created us, we're their experiment, I believe.
We have a 2.5 minute warning, boys.
Okay.
Boys.
Okay.
And men.
And lady.
Hello.
Oh, it's Davey for a 2-minute warning.
Emergency call. Paisley, have you ever seen an angel?
Have I ever seen an angel? That's a good question.
Or
well, I find spirit energy, like when I do mediumship. Okay, so I'm just going to tell a quick story. A lady brought me a photograph. She put it face down on the table. I hovered my hand over it, and I burnt my hand on the photograph. And I removed my hand really quickly, like it was on a stove burner. And I started crying, and the lady said, "What's going on?" And I said, "All I'm getting is a lot of heat and feathers, like angel energy."
Uh-huh.
And she burst into tears. She said, "It's a picture of my husband. He was a fireman, and he died in a fire, and he's my angel."
Oh my God, that's heavy.
And that was the only 2 pieces of information I got from the photo. Like I just burnt my hand. I didn't physically burn my hand, but I moved my hand away from the photo really quickly, like as if you put your hand in a bonfire. Like I moved my hand.
And she always calls him her angel. And that's where you got the feathers. You gave her the message.
I said I'm getting feathers and a lot of heat.
Right to the point.
Yeah.
Boom.
So to me, that's angelic energy. So I don't know that I've seen like an archangel or something like this. I can tell you when I saw those spirits in the bedroom, it wasn't angelic energy. It was either ghost or spirit or alien. It wasn't angelic. I already know. And it wasn't creepy, and it wasn't harmful, and it wasn't, I want to say it wasn't scary.
Are you glad you had the experience now?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. My reader told me when I was 21 that I was going to be a reader. And I said, "Oh, no, I'm an office administrator. That's never going to happen."
Are you making a living now as a reader? Is this your full-time job?
I wouldn't say that I make a living off of it because I don't make enough money, but it's the only source of income that I have.
Wow.
So I'm so dedicated to it that even though I'm...
Hey, guys, we're out of time. We're fixing to go off
We're out of time.
Okay.
Good question for next time.
Letting you know,
Yeah.
I'm still on the phone with my daughter, so she's not doing too good right now.
That's fine. We'll do it again another day.
Are you still there?
Okay. Yep.
Thank you, Daddy.
Take it easy, gentle
It says
lady.
0 time left, so I don't know. I think we're fixing to go off the air like right this second.
Hello.
Thank you, guys.
Hold on.
Thanks,
Well,
Paisley,
it was
for
good
coming
talking
on.
to you guys. We'll see you guys in the chat.
I'm not doing anything.
Okay.
Add me on. I'm on Facebook and Twitter and Skype and everything. Add me on.
Paisley Town.
Paisley
Yeah,
Town.
I'm at Awakening Man.